Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Erasmus Expeditions. We are here tonight with an ongoing campaign here on the channel. It takes place in a homebrew world of mine known as Rosfin, in particular in a kingdom known as Gerdes, that is heavily based on the Baroque periods of Spain, France, and Venice, with a little bit of Orlais from the Dragon Age series kind of painted over the top. This is a Dungeons & Dragons 5e campaign entitled Evermore le Masquerade. And tonight we are going to be playing session 34, titled Upon a Silver Platter. Before I get things started, I'll pass things over to my players so that they can introduce themselves, say where you might be able to find them on the internet, plug anything that they want to plug, and then I think we're going to get things started. So, before I do that, however, I do want to go ahead and give the same warning that I give at the beginning of all of my games, and that is, if foul language and mature subject matter is a problem for you, then you have found yourself in a dangerous place. So you should turn around. Go home. If those things do not bother you, then come on in. Take a seat. What else? Oh, this game in particular will feature a lot of innuendo and sexuality. It will never be explicit, but it will get pretty close a lot of the time. And that is simply just a part of the culture. Yeah, deal with it. Or not. Okay, we're going to pass things over to the players now so that they can say hello. And we're going to start with Kenya.
I was ready for it. Hi, I'm Kenya, also known as Acer Sin on the internets. Happy Friday. It is definitely Friday, and we are all very excited about that. Um, Feels a little weird to be here on a Friday, but everything is going to be just fine tonight because we just got done with an extremely harrowing experience of a dungeon crawl and dealing with vampires. Our DM would never do anything terrible to us tonight. He cares too deeply for our sanity and our safety. And I'm lying right now, and I'm terrified of what's happening tonight. So, yeah, I'm playing Vera, and I'm gonna take this time to toss it down to Matt.
Hello, everyone. I'm Matt. I run a channel called A Fistful of Dice, where I actually streamed today. I made content on my channel. Woo! It was nothing exciting. I did my biannual showing people I'm still alive stream. But yeah, I was not here last session and I really missed it. And so I'm so excited to be here tonight. And as always, I'm playing Loxley LaCroix, the swordsman with a sordid past. And yeah, I'm so stoked. I'm going to toss it over to M.
Hello, I will be playing Sylvie Levine this evening. I'm super stoked to play, and you can find me most of the time on Mini Terrain Domain, which I am there every Thursday and every other Tuesday playing some games. So yeah, check us out there, and I will pass it on to Austin.
I'm Austin. I'll be playing Guillaume de la Stote, the wizard of the bunch, and I'm super psyched to get back into this. I can be found on this really cool YouTube channel that you're watching at this moment, and that's it. Other than that, I have no online presence anymore, or ever, really. With that, I will pass it up to Karen.
Hello, everyone. I'm Karen, also known as Myth and Gears on the socials that I'm never on anymore, because fuck that. Yeah, I mean, besides here, which is my home away from home, I also am also on Mini Terrain Domain, which is another home away from home, but I'm there Mondays and every other Tuesdays. So you should come check us out because it's a lot of fun over there. Tonight, I get to play Cameron Diego Ruiz Gonzala, and I cannot wait for all the heartache and pain and misery we are about to endure. Thank you, GM. It's your turn now.
No. We all come here for fun, relaxation, release from the tension and the horrors of everyday life. To do make-believe tension and make-believe horrors. That we can solve with dice rolls. Which is the big difference. So, yeah. I think, without further ado, unless y'all have any questions or concerns that we need to discuss, I think we can do this. All right. A society out of harmony with the virtues it claims to hold dear rings as loudly as the wrong key being played at a symphony. And when a culture extols honesty, hard work, and loyalty, but in practice rewards shrewdness, ambition, and the forceful might of their law, it is impossible to miss the finger upon the scales of fate. It is under such conditions that the very worst kind of people wind up precisely where you do not want them to be, holding the keys to the kingdom. We rejoin the group of you as you leave Alta Venania behind you, headed west once more, kind of southwest, back towards the mountains and Manchelona, which sits at the foot of the mountains. There's a sense of deja vu, because you've just ridden this road not terribly long ago, headed this direction, though the feeling may be a little different. Is there anything that is being discussed or talked about in the interim between Alta Venania and Manchelona?
I think there's a point where Chimeran has got Sylvie's attention, and they're quietly talking. Are we on horses or are we in a carriage?
So you have the carriage, the one that has like the purple hell horses or whatever that kind of pull it. So you certainly could be riding in a carriage.
I think I remember that we kind of ditched that outside of town so as not to be the most suspicious group in the world.
Right. Yeah, you definitely parked it outside of Manchelona whenever you came back out of the mountains. And then it was my understanding that you were taking it to Alta Venania, but I could be wrong.
Oh, that actually might be. Been a while.
It might still be parked outside and covered up with the shrubs that you kind of used to camouflage it. You tell me.
No. Was it a comfy ride? Was it fast? Were those hell horses amazing?
It is definitely fast. It is not subtle at all. And it is kind of a what is the word I'm looking for? It's like a prison carriage, so it's not exactly built for comfort.
Then I don't want to be in it. So I think at some point, Chimeran has maybe they're not walking, but they're on their horses, close to one another, but away from the others a little bit. And Chimeran has kind of been in a mood ever since we decided we kind of go back. Like he's not the most upbeat anymore. You can tell like this, as much as he tries to hide it from other people, this bothers him a lot. This whole that we're going back. He doesn't like being in danger, and this is riding right into the lion's mouth, and he's just not very happy. But at one point, Sylvie, he turns. He's talking to you, and he's really quiet. Like the conversation has kind of lapsed to like a silence for a little bit, and then he just kind of turns and says, "Don't let him capture me. If it comes down to that, kill me first, please. Promise me."
She looks to you, Chimeran, and you can see she sees the earnestness in your face. I know that this is very hard for you. And you would rather do anything else.
Anything else? I cannot go back to him.
You will not. I will never let that happen. And she nods to your previous
Promise.
request. I will not let that happen. You will never, ever be in his hands again. I swear it.
That means the world to me, Sylvie. Thank you. If take care of my son if I don't make it out. If it comes to that, please.
Sylvie nods again.
And I think with those two things, like the Chimeran's mood is still like down and he's still worried, but you can see that there's a little bit of relief there, a little bit of not relaxation, but the softening, I guess, of the tension in his shoulders and back as he's on the horse. And he just kind of like nods and falls again into the silence that you've been having to deal with this entire time back.
Sylvie looks very sad, sadly, at Chimeran as he kind of looks forward and ahead, and she takes a deep breath. While we are riding or traveling or however, she has that raven that clockwork-esque metal raven that she had created, and she wants it to be just kind of flying around overhead, just kind of scouting out, always a bit ahead. Kind of, I imagine you hear this like mechanical caw every so often, alerting them that the coast is clear, that there's nothing that it sees. For as long as there is nothing that that it sees.
Okay. You ride on for the couple of days that it takes to travel between the two cities. The travel's uneventful. Again, like as you're making your way through this landscape of like rolling grasslands with more windmills than you could possibly hope to count on your way. You see a lot of people out in the farmlands working the fields. You see a lot of shepherds herding sheep here and there. You see a couple of vineyards that kind of stretch on for miles and miles, but there's not a ton of traffic on the road necessarily coming this direction, at least. And soon you find yourselves kind of in that the dark shadow of the mountain again. To the right of you, the mountains have been growing closer and closer as you've traveled further and further southwest. And as you get closer and closer, you can still see those dark storm clouds that kind of cling to the peaks of these jagged, dark-colored mountains. This kind of ever-present storm that hovers over the Castillo de Borjido, where you've just come from days before. And you approach the city of Manchalona once again. And though it does not seem to have quite as heavy of a like a supernatural dourness kind of draped over it, it is definitely still a somber place, a sullen place. And you are maybe surprised, maybe not. As you approach, you actually see a series of bodies that are hanging from the arch of the front gates that lead into town from this road. There is a number of corpses that kind of dangle above anybody who comes and goes through these gates.
Are they new corpses hanging from the sky?
They are new in regards to they weren't here whenever you left.
Okay.
Do I recognize any of the corpses that are hanging from the arch?
Yeah, I think so. One of them was the incredibly exuberant barkeep at the Pompadoured Halfling, and several others seem to be maybe kitchen staff from the same establishment.
I think Vera, seeing them and realizing who it is right away, whoever's sitting next to her, she probably reaches out. Maybe she's probably who's whoever's next to her. She probably kind of just reaches out and puts up a hand of almost in a way of like wanting to stop the group from going forward, kind of like the mom arm in a car when you put the brakes on, and she like just puts an arm out and she just goes, oh no. um I'm no psychic, that's for sure, but I think he might be home.
And I think it's Lox who is sitting next to Vera, and he just sort of goes and like loosens the sword in its scabbard, and he goes, "Good."
I know they weren't the most warm folks in the world, but they didn't deserve that.
Let's make sure they're the last people who get killed on our behalf.
I think what you can see of Chimeran's face, like the little you can see below, like the mouth area, has gone even whiter than his usual pale tones, as literally the blood like has just rushed from his
I
face
think
when he
Sylvie.
sees those.
I think Sylvie like puts a hand on Chimeran's shoulder.
I think Chimeran would actually grab your hand as well and just kind of like squeeze it, maybe a little bit too much, because there's a lot of feelings and worry there right now.
Yeah, as long as you have that there, like your hand up, like she will be squeezing your shoulder.
I think it might get uncomfortable for Sylvie for a while because I don't think Chimer is going to let go right away. Yeah, not until we pass them and leave them behind.
Pass beneath them, you do eventually if you are headed into town. Is the plan to take the carriage into town this time? Did you leave it somewhere?
The I think Vera would suggest we kind of hide it outside of town and walk in because it's very identifiable.
Just a smidge.
A little bit.
Okay. So you do similar to what you did. Oh, go ahead.
I just am thinking of a question. When we, go under the bodies that are hanging on the gate, are there like guards around, sort of like watching the gate, manning the walls or anything like that?
Yes, definitely. It's not a significant amount more than whenever you left. But they definitely are still around. And just like when you were here last time, you see a lot of signs of shops that have been closed and put to the torch, homes that have been completely ransacked and boarded up. There's definitely been an inquisition here in town.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So as you do, in fact, enter the city proper, where are you headed? What's the plan?
Okay, just to make sure that we've got the layout of this right. So we're walking into the city under the arch, going through the city. Is his property basically on the opposite side of the city? Like
More
where
like
is it in
central
location?
ish
More
to the
central?
city. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's a decent sized city, so you've probably got like maybe a half hour like ride at a slow pace to be able to get there.
Right. But we're not taking the carriage in with us. I'm just gonna put it on top of the table. What do you guys want to do? We'll just talk about it and how you want to do this.
Yeah,
Or are we
like
just guns
I feel like
blazing?
my instinct is to like go scope it out and like scout it out a little bit and try to sort of slyly see like what the guard situation is. But I also know that we're likely not going to be able to gain any sort of advantage just looking on the outside of the building. So part of me wants to just like go kick down the door. I'm not really sure. We've got like I think we still have some alchemist fire, and I have something called a daylight grenade, and I cannot remember what that is, but I'm like,
Those were the masks that we found that had the like instant kill daylight
yes, that's
inside for the
right.
vampires.
That's right. And then I think
had Sylvie, I think,
yes,
convert into one-time use.
That's right.
Daylight grenades.
That's
yeah.
it. Yeah,
Okay, cool.
hell
So
yeah.
I'm gonna hold on to that. That's gonna be my that's gonna be like my kill switch situation. But I don't know. We could try and like start some shit like elsewhere in the city and try and like draw some people away from the building, maybe would be an option. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, it's tough because I'm just doing some math over here. Like, okay, I could do 8 fireballs.
Just in each
Is that
window
enough for
on
a
the first
mansion?
floor. Yeah.
Oh, standard wizard.
Are there still wanted posters with Isabel's face
Yes.
all over? Yeah. Okay,
Yes,
great.
absolutely.
Are there new
And
wanted posters with the rest of our face?
there are rough sketches of the rest of you that have been added to the posters that you're seeing.
Oh wow.
And the picture of the more feminine version of Chimeran has a name plastered with it. It says Isabel. The full name. I'm sorry, I don't remember at the moment. Isabella.
And Car-E-E.
There you go. Says, again, wanted for, kidnapping and endangering the heir of Manchalona.
Well, if they're looking for us, then we should probably make us not be us as much as we can.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Are the rough sketches like pretty rough? Like are they is it gonna be pretty easy to avoid suspicion if we alter our appearances?
So, yes, they are pretty rough. However, as a collective, they got most of your builds and your clothing kind of close enough, and your species. So it's probably going to be pretty easy as a group to be able to identify you.
Maybe it's best that we're not all together all the time if we want to do something a little bit more like subterfuge within the city first.
Yeah, I think that's a good call.
I'll dye my hair black before we get here.
We need a montage, like an identity change montage in
Yes,
the
yes,
truck
that's exactly
stop
what needs to happen
here.
I would like
Truck stop
Vera's montage to include sneaking into the backyard of a house and stealing some man's clothes.
Perfect.
You could have just asked me. I got a whole truck full.
I don't want anything that is like looks like us. I want peasant looking clothes. You're fancy pants over there.
Literally.
Literally fancy pants. So yeah, that's what Vera will do. She will kind of I guess look around taking that note from Sylvie and that idea, and she'll Lux, do you want to help me steal some clothes?
Sure, sounds like fun.
So I guess Vera and Lux will wander off down an alley to go find some poor innocent peasant's clothes to thief.
I'll leave. Whoever we take clothes from, I will leave like some silvers behind.
I was going to too if you asked.
Yeah,
I was going to do the same thing. I was going to leave a couple silvers there.
Yeah,
because they're all poor.
There's absolutely like some shot where this person is going out onto a balcony to like pull the clothesline that's strung between the buildings like in, and realizes that there's like an entire row of clothes just like not there, and starts to get really mad, and then looks down and there's like several coins like on the banister of the balcony. Perfect.
So once Vera gets the clothes, she's gonna kind of tuck into, once her and Lux get the clothes, she's gonna kind of tuck into an alleyway, and being Vera, because she doesn't care, she's going to just kind of like maybe tuck into like a doorway, an archway or something, and she's going to just start taking her clothes off, and this is the first time Lux will ever actually see this, like has ever actually seen this, but as she's starting to remove her clothes, you're watching Vera's entire body just kind of change. And she's going from this very kind of like voluptuous feminine form to a very kind of like more bulky, like kind of broader shouldered male form. And she just completely changes. Her hair changes color, everything about her. She just shifts into a man that looks probably honestly remarkably like one of the Highwaymen's crew, like just a random guy from the Highwaymen's crew, somebody she's seen recently. And she, as she's getting dressed, like those final things, and probably the last thing that changes is her hair just kind of disappears and becomes like this short, almost like axe cut looking spiky chop hair thing, and she's just there. She just looks at you and, well, well, and she kind of coughs a couple times, and then her voice just goes into this kind of very perfect masculine sounding voice. And all right, let's go.
Lox can't help but sort of watch this happen with just amazement. I mean, I don't think he's ever seen anything like this. Uh, and so as you sort of speak, he sort of like shakes himself. Oh, yeah. Here. And he like throws on like this old ratty cloak that sort of covers his like nice like padded armor. um he takes off his eye patch and like stows it away, so his sort of like half collapsed like eye socket is out, and it sort of gives his face this like weird sort of uncanny asymmetry. He throws on like a broad brimmed hat that sort of obscures his face, and he he doesn't have like changeling abilities, but you can tell that he has like taken on this character before, because he instantly just like slouches and sort of like it looks 2 feet shorter and like 10 years older. He just looks like a completely different person. And he like kind of musses up his hair, sort of like lank in front of his face. And he goes, all right, I think the two of us should be able to get around pretty good.
Yeah, we should be fine. As much as I hate to do it to him, you know, squeaky version of our friend might be the best thing to send in to do some recon again. But he never gets in trouble, so he should be fine.
Poor Guillaume is just always having to crawl out of toilets. We're just like, get in there, man. Go see
Should
what's
we
going on.
meeting back up with the others, or what are we doing?
Yes. I keep feeling tempted to go and cut the bodies down, but I feel like it's not a worthwhile effort. I feel like it's going to draw too much attention for not enough reward,
They'll know
but
we're here. No one in
yeah.
this city is going to touch that. They're too scared.
Yeah.
We cut them down after we resolve the other issue.
You're right. You're right.
Okay, let's go meet them and see if we can identify our friends. Be interesting to see how Sylvie works this up. That woman can build an entire costume for a mouse with a scrap of cloth at a bar, so she'll just start walking back to where we can meet the other group after our little clothing heist.
Well, this has been going on. What are the three of you up to? Where have you decided to use as a place to kind of make whatever changes you want to make? What do we see?
I mean, for Sylvie, she very, I think, very similar to Vera. I imagine she's walking with Chimeran and maybe Guillaume. And I think as she like passes underway, you just see that she looks much older. Like her clothes too, like they're just rattier, worn down, but looking a lot more like the people within this within the town, a little bit more haggard, weathered. As she casts like alter self on herself. You see this like this magic almost happen. I imagine it's just as she passes under like an alleyway or a shadow or something like that, and it's so nondescript, and she looks, and it is not my usual wish to make myself look as inconspicuous as possible, but you do what you must. So yeah, you all can like recognize it's still Sylvie, but maybe like if she fell on some hard times and like 25 years have passed.
I think it's going to take Chimeran a little bit longer, so maybe he had disappeared a little bit, and maybe as you pass that alleyway or whatever, that's where we can see him kind of hiding in the shadows a little bit, where he has changed his hair, his clothing. He now matches what Sylvie is like age-wise, and he's in some kind of weathered and maybe used to be fine like suit, but you can tell from the years like this has been his suit for 50 years kind of thing, so it's like it's haggard, it's becoming very threadbare, but you can see that he's taken pride of it. This man has now had like dark hair pulled back, it's silvered. There's age lines on his face. He totally looks like he belongs with a raven that's clockworked as well, so maybe that's now kind of like, if it's not flying around or whatever, it could be like perching on his shoulder or whatever. But as Sylvie kind of passes that alleyway, Chimeran kind of comes out and then holds out his arm as if she can grab it, and now they're like this old couple.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
I think Guillaume, sensing that like everyone else is looking different, is really loving the idea of getting to be himself a little bit, because he's been basically disguised for this entire like for months. So he just like changes his hair part and like runs a little dagger down his face like he's trying to like shave, but you guys would all know like he never grows any facial hair, so it makes absolutely no difference. Um but then he'll like pull a hat, like just like put a hat on, like, okay, well, everyone looks different, so we don't really look like the same group, and we've split up a little bit, so this seems good.
Now all we need is a plan.
Well, we've got the other were rats with us, so are we doing the scurry plan again? I mean, we should know what's inside. We've been inside briefly when we, stole the child, but um we don't know what's going on now.
We want to get a good idea of how many people we're dealing with. And where the Doge is. I imagine we want to get in and get out as quickly as possible.
As we're talking this, there's some trembling coming from this older man at your side. Part of it is the disguise, and part of it, Sylvie, you can tell, is actual trembling of Chimeran as we're talking about this.
Have we rejoined them then, Jeremy? Would we have been able to rejoin them at this point?
Yeah. Where is it that you rendezvous?
Probably not the Pompadoured Halfling, for obvious reasons.
Which is closed, by the way.
There was a
Oh.
park with a pagoda kind of thing, so maybe we're
There was.
Yeah,
I don't know,
maybe we go to
strolling the park and come across each other.
Are there other people at the park? What's the city like? Is it shut down? Like, are people hiding and off the streets? Is this a dad's home and we're in trouble kind of situation?
It is not really like buttoned up tight the way that it was at nighttime whenever you were first here. People are out and about, but it's kind of a people are moving directly to their tasks and then returning. There's not a lot of like loitering around. So there are people in the park, but not very many.
Okay.
There are quite a few guards around town that are kind of patrolling and, again, shaking people down, asking questions.
Yeah, park sounds good to me. We'll just works for me.
All right. So what I would like is for each of you, please, to roll a stealth check with advantage. Cool.
That's right. This is a game with dice.
Allegedly.
I may have forgotten.
Chimeran actually vanished into thin air.
Yep. There's just a tree that like starts talking to you from in the park.
Like a garbage can. The flap is like, I'm here. I'm right here.
Wow. Okay. So, you managed to find a place in the park that seems to be kind of sheltered on several sides from, the various kind of plants and maybe even the gazebo or hedges or what have you. And you're kind of tucked away whenever you are able to meet, and it's kind of out of the view of anybody who would kind of be walking the main paths in the park. So you feel pretty safe from any of the patrolling guards that are around.
We're just gonna. Oh, so what's the plan?
Well, even with our disguises here, I think any group as large as ours is going to attract attention from the guards, so we should try to stay in groups of 2 or 3 if we can.
Okay.
And then, I don't know, the old scuttle and sneak, he says, looking at Guillaume.
Yeah, no, I see that has now become my job, so I'm happy to accommodate. I think I can actually add an extra layer of protection for myself and go in incredibly unseen. So I can find out as much as possible.
I think we need to figure out exactly where the Doge is and get in as quickly as possible and get out. Kind of similarly with the boy, just try and maybe isolate him somehow. And then as soon as he is dead, we get out. I don't think we want to go room by room like what we did, what we just did.
No.
Do I know if the Doge like had a special room that like maybe I wasn't allowed to go to, be in, or anything? Like, was there some special place that he kept me out of?
Definitely. And you know, well, you are a rogue, so I would think that you probably have never necessarily been in there, but you know that there is a hidden door that actually accesses this space. That it is in one of the like one of the main halls that's kind of like towards the back of the palace. Um, there's a space with like a large mural that expands across the wall, and there's a part of that mural that kind of seamlessly will open as a door whenever whatever triggers it is activated.
Yeah, when I was last year, I don't think like I wasn't rogue-ish yet at that point. So I maybe know of it, but at this moment I don't know how to get in.
Right. Just rogue
s-
tendencies.
Yeah, I
Rogue
had to learn
curious.
those real quick once I fled.
Or yeah.
So I think I would let them know that my best guess for where he'd be, or at least where he would at least come back to, we could ambush him there if he wasn't actually in the room, is this place, and I would tell him about the hidden room and where it is, but also let them know that I don't know how to get in yet, but I'm confident we can figure it out.
Perhaps we can get him to go into one of those rooms. Force his hand.
Lox would look at Chimeran. Is he the type of man that would let pride dictate his actions? Would he come to us if he felt he could prove himself?
He is definitely that kind of man. He
Here's a
must
crazy thought.
always control the situation.
Here's a crazy thought.
Hmm.
I could be you and stand in front of the gate, call attention. And when he comes out, I could take off. Since he won't be able to immobilize me like you.
Or maybe one of us is a bounty hunter bringing you back to him.
Could do that.
Get a couple of us in the front door.
We could definitely do that.
Sneak the werewolves into position, and as soon as the were-rats into position with me, and we'll all kind of surround, and then the second we're all together, we pop out and just start hammering on the motherfucker.
I think that would get you close. Vera, if you were to pretend to be me, I think he would want you very badly. But however, this man is not, he's cunning and untrusting. And he will test you immediately and will know that you are not me. Because you will not scream out in pain the moment you see him.
All we need to do is get inside, right? Beyond that, it
I
doesn't
can
matter.
scream.
He will know. And she's just kind of, Chimera just kind of like vaguely gestures to his forehead, which is now covered in like with a smaller mask, but age spots and stuff.
But like Ox is saying, all we got to do is get inside.
Do you know when he controls that thing, does it take his focus? Does it take his attention? If he were to try to activate it or whatever, would he be vulnerable during that moment?
Takes as much effort as it does you to talk to me.
So it would be fun to just look at him looking like you and just laugh and say that I figured out how to get rid of it. In the end, it's just magic, and all magic is able to be broken. You just have to figure out how.
If we can piss him off in the process, that'll be to our advantage. We want him to be reckless.
He will have guards.
We can handle guards.
I cannot be with you when you are testing him and making him angry, or the ruse would immediately be found out.
So Guillaume, the were-rats coming together. Vera disguised as you and one of us. That leaves two. Maybe we can find another way in. Have 3 points of entry.
It could just be two guards. Of course, if we do that, then it most likely leaves Emirin alone, and we don't want that.
Well,
We need to
I
have
could
Sylvie with him.
I could potentially forego becoming invisible myself and make Chimeran invisible. You'd have about an hour. Or I could make a couple of us invisible. It would just mean a little less of my willpower available for burning his fucking house down.
Or we could pretend to be, I don't know, making a delivery and go to the kitchen, the servant's entrance. While you two distract them at the main gate and you sneak in. You know, the kerfuffle, I mean, who's going to notice 2 extra servants? Chimera's looking at Sylvie. Pretend to be a seamstress or here to fix the linens or whatever.
Could we do you know where he would take you, or if he had found you? Is there any way that while this is all happening, we could lay some sort of trap for him instead of springing on him? Have him go into a room?
The only room I know that he would consistently go to, but is that hidden one that I was mentioning to you. But I don't know how to get in there, and I don't know how, if he's not there, how to draw him into it without just waiting for him. He would hide there often. It was his room. And you can see that Chimera's kind of drifting back into memories that is not pleasant. Maybe that tremble that you would feel is becoming more pronounced as we're talking about his patterns that he used to do while I lived there. His his day-to-day habits and stuff.
I know that this is tough, but whatever you can tell us about him will be very helpful when we fight him, when we try and spring this as quickly as possible.
I don't think we can plan much beyond that point because we really have no idea what's going to happen. We just need to be ready to adapt, react to whatever he's going to throw at us.
He always had men around him that would do his dirty work. Hid behind them, gave orders. Don't know what he would do once he sees me again. I know he will be cruel, and he will test you.
Fine. I mean, I know what the chances are. He won't have enough time to do anything. It's not
Do I
something
know
I
if
haven't
there's
had done.
Do I know if there was like any dungeons or such, or would when he was dealing with, let's say, somebody who didn't make him happy, where would he take them? Did he have a special place, or was it just random?
There are definitely dungeons beneath the palace, and you know of the existence of this secret door because you saw him take someone to the dungeons through that door.
Oh, okay. So that's probably, yeah. So I would definitely, like, Sylvie would, like, we need to get in there. And then when Lox brings fake Chimera and fake Isabel to the door, and that's where he'll take you if you convince him that you are me. So we need to be there when they bring him in.
Is he a magic user? Does he cast spells like a wizard?
I don't think I ever saw him do such things on his own, and this time Chimeran does touch Fred. I have this. So I don't know.
Don't forget, if we're going in here to do this, he's probably going to have some casters around him, won't he? He probably employs
Yeah.
them.
If he is not one himself, he had somebody make this.
Lox, we have that witchbane poison.
Oh, and we also know the not the butler, but the other guy who did the crystal spider thingies.
Yeah, he's dead.
Right, but he had him, so that he definitely
Yeah.
has people that can do things.
We have the witchbane poison. You should put that on your blades. If you see a caster, go after it and hit him.
Yeah, that actually brings up a good point. I was going to Locke's like nods, and he will, I guess, try to apply the poison to his main sword, his silvered rapier. Is that something that requires a check to do, Jeremy?
That's a really good question.
I'm like, when was the last time I put poison on a sword? I'm like, I'm pretty sure it was like 3rd edition. So I have no idea what is involved here.
Yeah, this is the witchbane. It smear it on the blades and you attack a sorcerer and it prevents their spell casting. It rips their spell slots from them.
Does it only work on sorcerers, or is it any magic user?
It's it just I think in this is, I think sorcerer is just like what I wrote down. I think it just means magic user.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. I think. You
Yeah.
have to check with Jeremy, but I think that's just a word I picked when I was typing the note.
Yeah, I doubt that it's specific to one class of spellcaster.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's from I think it's from the Poison book, the supplement that I got
Oh,
before
yeah.
Oh yeah.
I forgot that awesome supplement. Yeah.
I don't know what the rule is about applying poison.
I don't
Um,
think there's a
I don't
check. I think you just
think that there is
put
You
it
just
on.
do
either.
it. Okay, cool. Um
I'm good with that.
Okay, cool. So Lox would like carefully apply the poison to his sword, and he's actually going to he's gonna leave his sword under the like gazebo here in the park, so that he's not walking into the building with it, because I can summon it to me as long as it's on the same plane of existence. So I'm gonna leave it, it's a like fairly identifiable sword. I'm gonna leave it under the if if I'm trying to play like a shitty bounty hunter bringing Chimera back, like I'm not gonna have like a nice sword on. I want to walk in with like a fucking battle axe or something.
All right. You also have a mace now, if I'm not mistaken.
That's what I'll use. I'll use that Mace of Penitence that I got. Yeah, that's a perfect like shitty thug bounty hunter weapon.
And you'll have to be feminine. You'll have to look like Isabel.
I'll get some of your clothes and I'll change again.
Okay. So it sounds like Vera and Lox are going to approach via the front gate under the guise that Lox is a bounty hunter bringing Isabel in, and try to gain entrance into the palazzo that way. How about the other three of you? Where are you headed to try to gain entrance?
Are we going to try to sneak in the servants' entrance? And
Yeah, Sylvie is going to try and. I mean, Sylvie, I don't think is going to re-alter herself. She already looks like an old seamstress.
same, right? Like we're an older
So,
couple.
yeah. So I think we would probably just go out to where like the servants kind of hang out and just start like chatting with them just casually, and then go in with them if they go in.
And yeah. I mean, I do like the whole. You said it was a mural on the wall, but was it like a painted mural, or is it like a tapestry mural on the wall?
Painted.
Painted mural.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe we're here to touch up the mural potentially to make it look new again.
Okay. And Guillaume, you are going with them, or are you going in rat form?
I think I'm gonna go in rat form to try to do a little bit of reconnaissance, just to figure out what I can figure out. We still have a couple of the were-rats with us, correct? I thought we brought. I think we brought.
Yeah,
a
you
couple.
definitely can.
Yeah. Okay, this might be crazy, but I'm wondering if like the easiest way for us to get in is like all of us, all the were-rats in rat form climb into like Sylvie's bag. And it's just like with the kind of the direction to like let us out to scope it out once you're inside, so that we can kind of direct you to where you should be.
He's
That
like
is such an image of
It is
Sylvie.
such an image. I'm loving it. She's like some like
Crazy
like
bird rat lady.
crazy, like, yeah, just like freaking Snow, like Cinderella Snow White type, like just her little satchel full of rodents to.
Hey, don't mind to
I'm
the
just-
4 rats in my purse. There.
I'm just thinking this old man with your clockwork raven, right? You've got your rat like scurrying about. We're just
And his crazy
Want
old
an
wife that
apple?
just has pet rats everywhere, and
I think
this is the
we're
spin-off
quirky
we
enough.
need.
Yeah, we're quirky enough to not, for people not to ask questions.
Yeah, we
You
look like
know,
we
it's
probably
like-
come from this town, right?
Yeah.
All right. So you begin kind of making your way closer to the palace, the Palazzo de Sombragna. And as you start to get closer, Chimeran, you start getting that, again, almost like that kind of tinnitus ringing, kind of high-pitched, tinfoil, in your fillings, kind of feeling in your skull. And it's not so intense that it's debilitating, but there's definitely little spikes of extreme discomfort.
I think I will use the discomfort and the ringing to help me play into this old man. So like I'll let Sylvie know, like under my breath, like I feel it already. I may not be able to go with her the entire way. But I will do my best until then. So at least Sylvie knows what's going on with me at this moment. But as it maybe like as I feel like a spikes or whatever and I stumble, right, I will play into the fact that I'm old and I stumbled. And yeah, so I think at this point I'd be like shuffling my feet a little bit, that older gait going. Yeah. Yeah. And basically I think if I'm still like we're holding like hands or whatever, like if I've got like her hand is in my arms and I'm kind of I would pat her hand as we're walking, and maybe the pats what I could let her know how bad I'm feeling, how strong this feeling is, and so then at least she's aware, and if I have to like stop for some reason, there has been a little bit of a warning for that.
Yeah, I think Sylvie would be pretty much keeping a physical contact on Chimeran at all times, just in case things happen. She can kind of keep him steady.
All right, as you get closer, you can see that the grounds surrounding the palace have been kind of beefed up as far as their security goes. It looks like any walls have guards that are kind of patrolling them. There are guards that are stationary atop the gatehouse, and they do look like they are armed with crossbows. And then they have half of the front gate closed, and there are a number of guards. There's 4 guards standing in the open half of the gate, and they are stopping every single person that's going into the grounds, and it looks like questioning them and or searching their belongings. So who is approaching first?
Okay, I would think that we would have maybe Sylvie go in before so that everybody can get in place, because we know once the 2 of us get in there, that's when shit's gonna start going down.
Yep. Yeah, Sylvie.
So Sylvie and Chimeran can approach. I think Chimeran will do the talking. So as we approach, I don't know if there's another like little stumble. And I think he just goes as if he was going to continue walking through. We'll wait for the with her.
Okay.
Like we'll couple shuffling through. Don't mind us. We're harmless. Yeah.
The senior of the 4 guards kind of puts his arm out in front of you to stop you. And the other 3, kind of like stand shoulder to shoulder with their hands kind of on the hilts of their swords across the open doorway. The one who kind of stops you has kind of a nasty scar kind of running down the left side of his face, kind of from his hairline down to his jawline. His clothes, the uniform for the Sombronia guards definitely looks like it has seen a few years. It's kept up well. It's definitely functional, but it definitely shows a little bit of wear around the hems and things. He puts his arm out and stops you, and he says, "Stop right there, old man."
Oh my! Oh, what is the meaning of this? My wife and I have business inside. We are expected here.
He pulls a scroll from his belt and unfurls it and kind of looks down at it. "And what's your name?"
It is Sergio, but I don't think I'm not here to see. I'm here to, but we are here to help fix the murals inside. Yes.
There's no mention of any painters or mural fixers here on the list.
Are there mentions of crap cleaners too?
You got a smart mouth, old man.
Well, I'm just saying, you probably don't have everything down there like the milkmaid. I mean, is she on the list?
As a matter of fact, she is.
No, what about her sister?
What are you getting at?
I'm just.
You prattle too much.
It is going to take me such a long time to get to the door, and if we're not there and finish what we need to do, you will not be happy. And the longer you hold us up here, the longer it's going to take. And as you can see, we are not spring chickens. It takes us a while to get anywhere.
You're saying that as if it's my problem, old man.
No, it's absolutely our problem, and I'm asking for your help in not holding us up.
He kind of like scowls at the other three. I would like you, Karen, to please make a deception roll.
Oh,
Can Sylvie help? She's like nodding along and kind of
Yes.
like urging him.
Absolutely. Yeah. So you can have advantage.
Oh, I got a 19 on the die, so that's a 30.
Okay.
Damn, you're a good bullshitter.
All my life, baby.
That is Chimeran's thing.
Yep.
This guard looks very displeased with having to have this exchange. What mural are you fixing?
And I don't describe it in detail, but enough detail of what it was and where it was so that he knows that I'm talking about the real one, like the
because something you've seen before. Yeah, the specific one. Okay. He pulls like a small like inkwell and quill and very quickly like jots a note on this scroll of parchment. Kind of blows on the ink a little bit to try to kind of dry it faster. "And you're his missus?" He kind of like nods at you. "Apologies."
Yeah, she nods.
Oh, jeez. I think at this, we're going to like, the old man hacking lungs coughing fit. I'll start one of those, just to.
"Very well. Search their belongings," he says, and two of the other guards move forward and start reaching for any bags, pouches, satchels that you have on your person.
Mm.
I mean, Sylvie's will be absolutely full of sewing stuff and rats. So
Yeah, and I think because we knew that we were going to kind of go in doing the whole painting spiel, like I have like a disguise kit and a forgery kit that I would have had. So maybe we took some of like the jars and stuff that looked like potentially paint and brushes and
Mm-hmm.
stuff so that they're artist supplies. Um,
ooh, what if the paint jars are empty and the rats are in there? They could be hiding in the paint jars.
oh, with like little coverings that look like the paint or whatever.
Yeah, like if we just paint the inside to make it look like it's full of paint, and then they can just hide
Hide
in the
inside in the jars.
yeah yeah.
Yeah. Um, yeah.
Perfect.
When you were describing this plan, Guillaume was like, "Okay, but I want to see you poke the air holes before I climb in."
Because other than that, actually, like Sylvie doesn't really actually have any weapons other than like a quarterstaff that she has, which I'm assuming she'd be using as like a walking stick.
Yeah, that's fine. It's not something that they would deprive you of. Um, so they kind of tossle through your stuff very unceremoniously, not taking any real care with the fragility of anything. One of them kind of picks up one of the paint jars. Naturally, it's the one that Guillaume is in. And
I want to, as they're rooting through, like I want to be like in their face, like, oh, be careful with that. We don't want to spill it, especially when he's starting to grab like the jars of the, because I'm assuming we have some other jars that aren't rat
sure,
full,
yeah,
and
yeah.
then so when he's grabbing one that is a rat full, I would like to like, maybe sleight of hand move it such that it changes
Oh, please
them
do,
around.
please
Okay.
do.
Let's, oh, 21.
Good grief, absolutely. You run this like it's a shell game, and before he knows it, he has a completely different pot in his hand than he was actually kind of like starting to grab a hold of. And it absolutely was the one that had Guillaume in it. And so now he's picking up, a pot of paint itself, or at least makeup that's disguised or being passed as paint. And he kind of turns it over in his hands and looks at it from several different angles, very clearly not any form of expertise as to like what he's seeing at all. And kind of like just jumps, like just kind of like drops the jar kind of back in the bag without putting it back where it goes. And they kind of, the two of them look towards this gruffer guard and say, "Looks clean." This guard says, "Very well. Go on in. If the Doge is angry with your presence, it's on you. He's in a mood."
Hmm. Oh, of course. And we'll start shuffling.
Next. Kind of like turns his attention to whoever's waiting in line next to come into the palace. Kind of gives a wave of his hand.
So I think while they've been going on and doing that, Vera has been with Locks again, and she's been kind of prepping for this, and she gets one of Isabel's dresses and pulls over into an alley again, and she does the whole same thing, and then this time it's going from that massive masculine form down to the Isabel size, but it's uncanny just like how perfectly she mimics exactly what Isabel looks like. It's just, if you put them next to each other, you'd be hard pressed to tell them the difference between them. And as soon as she does, she looks at Locks and she do me a favor. start tearing this dress up. Like around the bottoms, the arms. I mean, Isabel wouldn't go without a fight, so make it look like we fought. And I'm gonna need you to hit me.
All right, but you have to hit me back so it makes it look like you did put up a fight.
All right, I can do that.
Sorry, I just yes. Hurt me please, the motto of this game. Okay. So Lox is like he just sort of like nods resolutely and sort of starts like sort of tearing at the fabric, finding sort of like places that are already weak or worn. He'll just sort of like make it look more torn and ratty, and he'll kind of like splash a little bit of mud on the hem and stuff. And as he's like up there like tearing at the sleeve a little bit, he goes, I have to admit, this is not how I thought this was going to happen. And he like keeps working at it. And then he's like, all right, which one of us is getting hit first?
As he's saying it and he finishes the sentence, Fear is just gonna haul out and like punches.
I love that. He's like not even looking at you. It's like as he's turning, he's like, all right, which one of us is? And it's just like a fucking sucker punch, right hook, right to his jaw. Damn! Holy shit! Ah. And there's like a big welt and like a bruise. Oh, all right, yeah, I think that'll do. That'll do.
If you brace for it, it doesn't look real.
Okay. All right. Here we go. I actually don't think I can.
Please.
All right. Let me see here.
Uh-huh.
Matt's like, I'm gonna burn a superiority die, and
I'm gonna do let's see here. I'm gonna go ahead and use my I'm gonna use my, what is that thing that gives me? I'm gonna use my action surge. I'm gonna attack you 4 times.
Oh my god!
No, I'm kidding. I was rolling a wisdom save because I wanted to see if Lox would be able to just like move past this and just like fucking go for it. And so he just like takes a deep breath, pictures somebody he really doesn't like, and he just sort of like closes his eyes and wheels back and like puts a pretty solid like he's got control of it, but he puts his weight behind it because like you said, it needs to look genuine. And he gets you right across the face, maybe even sort of hits your nose, get some bloody nose going on.
He does that, and Vera kind of stumbles back. She probably even falls to the ground because she's not a hand-to-hand fighter. It's why she had to jump him. And so she stumbles and maybe takes a knee to the ground, and she kind of shakes her head and wipes away the blood that's coming down her nose, and she kind of smears it so it's on her face, and she grabs some of that mud that he put at the bottom of the dress, and she takes it and rubs it on her hands and then kind of puts it in her hair to make her hair look kind of shitty. And she gets up and she says, okay, you're gonna love this part then. And she reaches into her bag that's sitting along the side and she pulls out a thing of rope. Now you need to tie me up.
Can't say this is the worst first date I've ever been on, but it's pretty bad. It ranks up there. And you
not
go ahead.
Loose enough so that I can get out.
Right. He, by the way, you do not have to get up. As soon as you land on the ground, Lox is like like helping you up, going, I'm sorry. Are you okay? Are you all right? Just like instantly, just like, I hate that I just did that. but he'll nod and sort of like get your hands sort of in front of you,
Mhm.
and he's gonna tie like a nice loose but convincing looking knot where it looks pretty snug and tight. There's a lot of like pressure being put on your wrist, but it's one of those things where it's like if you just pull it a certain way, it just comes loose.
Right. Awesome.
And then he will muddy himself up, get some mud on his boots, make it look like he's been, hauling a criminal across the countryside for a couple of weeks. Uh, get the mace hanging from his belt and uh, sort of get into character. He sort of cocks his head a certain way and he like juts his lower jaw forward and makes his tusks really pronounced. So he's just kind of like, and he goes, "All right, move." And he sort of shoves you forward.
She um kind of steps forward and does that little like stumble thing to go into it, and she I think it's probably when they get within like just a little ways of the building, she will she'll kind of start, no, 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 there's still time. You don't understand what you're doing. You need to just please just don't. It's not, I will make the money to pay you whatever he's willing to pay. This, and she'll start kind of like actually to the point to where he maybe has to like grab her arm and like be pulling her there and stuff. Like she's making it obvious that this is not, she's not going willingly for this.
The small queue that's kind of gathered at the gatehouse is not a throng of people. There's maybe as many as 10, including the guards. And as Lox and Vera kind of approach, several of the people that are kind of in the queue kind of start to turn and look back around at the commotion that the Chimeran character is now kicking up. And it's not long before the guards themselves also are able to kind of like hear this approaching commotion and are starting to kind of like look past the people that they're dealing with to see what exactly is going on. And I think as they approach, this is where we're actually going to take our break. So we're going to take a 10-minute break, go to the bathroom, refill your drinks, kiss your spouse, smoke them if you got them, and then whenever we come back, we will finish the second half of session 34 of Evermore le Masquerade. Sit tight, we'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back from our break. We are here with session 34 of Upon a Silver Platter. This is some Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition in a campaign called Evermore le Masquerade. So, we are currently outside of the Palazzo del Sombragna, the domicile of the Doge of Manchelona, where a disguised Chimeran, Sylvie, and a bag full of rats, including Guillaume, have just lied their way through the gates and are now able to start making their way towards the servants' entrance of the palace itself. Meanwhile, a disguised Lox and disguised Vera, who is disguised as Isabella, who is the alter ego of Chimeran. There will be a test later. Just, you've been warned. Are now approaching the gate as if a bounty hunter were coming to turn in Isabel. Yeah, exactly. So, Vera has started up a commotion as the approach grows nearer. The guards have definitely started to take notice. And the people who were kind of waiting to go through seem okay with kind of like stepping aside for the moment as you draw the direct attention of the house guards. Once again, this kind of gruff individual kind of calls out across the remainder of the space that's between you as you're approaching. Oi, what's the meaning of this?
I think that the master of the house would be very eager to see this.
And
No, 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 no. It starts pulling away. No, no, I'm not gonna.
This guard
You
kind of
think-
like... Go ahead.
he says,
You think, yes?
This guard kind of like looks at the woman struggling in your arms, and he kind of raises an eyebrow. Who is this? Who are you?
Give me someone who knows what the fuck they're talking about.
He kind of visibly bristles a little. Ain't nobody that comes through this gate without my permission.
Then it's going to be your head when the Doge finds out you turned this prize away.
Turn me away. Turn me away. It's the best thing to do. It really is. It's the best thing. Just turn me away.
Quiet, you.
I'm really not worth it. No, I just. And she kind of starts pulling and pulling and pulling against Lox again.
Why would the Doge care? Who is this woman?
If
It's
you
my
do not
job.
know who this is, then I am not talking to the right person.
One of the other three guards kind of like comes up and like, you know, puts his head kind of behind his shoulder and kind of whispers something. And this guy like kind of shoots this guard who just whispered this message into his ear, kind of a look, and then straightens up. The lady of the house?
Now I'm talking to the right person.
Well,
She struggles again as soon as they say that. And like Vera is actively now pulling against Lox. Like she's not even faking trying to escape now. Now she's legit trying, like, as she should be.
and Lox will kind of yank her back roughly and say,
I deliver her alive, unspoiled, but she fought the whole way. I am tired. Let us in.
poor you. We'll take it from here. You can go rest. Put your feet up if you
No.
want.
Not until I am paid by the Doge.
Very well. You three, keep up your duties here. You, come with me. And he turns and begins to escort Lox and Vera past the gate.
Vera is, of course, just fighting, and I won't do it. No, you can't make me. You don't understand what you're doing. You don't understand.
What did you say your
Lox.
name was? He says to Lox.
and Locke says, man, I should have prepared this ahead of time.
The name. It's always
I
the
know.
name.
Well,
He
no,
says
I was
a
gonna
name.
use what was dude's Luke. That's right. Luke. Luc. Luke.
Oh yeah. Okay. Never heard of you.
I've never heard of you either.
Where'd you find her?
I don't answer any more questions until I am paid by the Doge.
Suit yourself. He takes you in through the front entrance of the building. You pass a lot of guards. In addition, the two of you also see more than a few Justicaros here. But these aren't the same like Justicaros that you're used to seeing in Al Hidalgo. Like they wear the wide brim red hats and like the telltale red cloaks, but these individuals have like a road weariness to them. Like it looks like they wear the trappings of Justicaros, but they don't live in the sheltered existence of a city priest. These look like sellswords, like mercenaries, who just happen to also be Justicaros. Several of the sellswords look up and follow Vera across the room. Very obviously aware of who it is that she's supposed to be. And at some point, you find yourselves entering the halls of the palace, the palazzo. And we've seen this before because Guillaume snuck through a lot of these same hallways not all that long ago, whenever you freed Roberto Joaquin. So a lot of the hallways are lined with marble, carved statues, inlay in the tile floor. Everywhere you look, there's kind of decadence on display. These windows that kind of glow from outside with kind of a cheery daylight that is not really present in Manchelona. He definitely has surrounded himself with opulence and magic, even. He takes you to what would amount to a superior, another member of the house guard, who looks like they're probably maybe a captain or something. You might even walk past an older couple who are setting down their considerable baggage to paint a mural.
And there's a moment where Lox kind of realizes who the couple is, and he'll sort of intentionally like kind of clip one of their feet, sort of like stumble past them, and he goes,
"Hey, watch it. Be careful."
And he says it like gruffly, but he's also like communicating like, "Hey, good luck, guys. Be careful," as he's like walking past.
I think as he takes that stumble, Vera's going to take the little stumble as a beat to kind of try to escape him again, like kind of just laying on the whole act that's going on here. And he starts to do the stumble and he starts to say that, and she kind of like starts to pull and maybe even briefly like slips from him or something as he's talking to the couple, and kind of looks around like in a panicked kind of way, like a trapped animal.
And then Lox will reach out and sort of like snatch her and pull her back.
Do that again and you'll
He even has in trouble like threatening her. He's like,
or you'll get a wallop.
he says, and then he sort of says like under his breath, like, shit, I don't know. And he's like shoving you forward.
You make your way kind of into the grand staircase area, where you've already met with, like I said, this captain of the house guard, and he has sent a runner deeper into the palace, and this house captain kind of like pulls you aside, Locks, and he says, "Where again did you find this woman? My guard was unable to tell me the details."
That is because I am done answering questions until I am paid by the Doge.
Yes, you'll have your coin. What was the promised price again?
The Doge will know.
Oh, the Doge will know. So you now are refusing to speak with anyone but the Doge?
I thought I had made that obvious.
You think the Doge himself is going to pay you?
I do.
Well, I would not hold your breath. He kind of crosses his arms across his chest, standing as if he's waiting for this runner to return. Soon, you hear a strange noise. You hear like a small yapping. The bark of a small dog. And as the runner returns, on his heels is another individual. This individual is a lot larger in girth, a lot older, is more ostentatious in the way that he is dressed. He has like a rather large ruffle at his collar. Walks with the staccato of a cane, and under his arm he carries a small yapping dog. Even though his gray mustache is very full and covers the majority of his mouth, it's very easy to tell that he wears a scowl. And the lines on his face, deep, would have you believe that he may not be able to make a different facial expression.
Question: this is happening in another room, right? Not in the hallway? Or is
This is
happening
in the
hallway?
grand staircase.
Okay.
So the hallway would butt off of this grand staircase. So you would be able to at least hear the barking dog. And as you were able to hear this sound, Chimeran, that tinnitus-y ring is increasing in intensity.
I think so we're at the mural trying to find this like entrance, I guess, like it into this hidden room. Chimeran hears the dog yip, and there's like an instant like reflex, I guess, like as there's like that sound that, like this horrible sound from the past. And I think whatever brush was in his hand drops to the floor. So Sylvie knows that something has bothered Chimeran at this point. And then the tinnitus starts like increasing in strength, and there's just like, Sylvie, when you look at Chimeran, he's kind of grimacing and holding his temple as he's trying to find the brush that he dropped to continue on with what you're doing. So,
and I think almost like Sylvie's trying to take almost like a guarding stance, like seeing Chimeran kind of dip down and begin to hold his head, like almost like hovering over him, just make sure that he doesn't go anywhere, but at the same time wants to make it, doesn't want to raise any suspicion. So it's just kind of feigning it as like, a concerned elderly woman making sure that, her husband is able to move and doesn't fall or anything. But you can tell that Sylvia is like tunes into this immediately.
The rhythm of the cane strikes on the marbled floor in this palazzo are increasing as it grows in proximity. And before he really even gets close, he bellows out in clear anger. Where is she? You! He points with his cane towards Vera, and he begins to make his way towards you very clearly. Like, you can see the rage in his expression. Where is my child?
I think Vera would. What are you talking about? What are you? Just let me go. Why don't you just let me go? Just let me leave. I was gone.
And yet you have returned to deliver insult to me and my house once again. You have stolen my legacy.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Enough with your lies! You, he points the cane in Lox's direction. Was there a boy with this woman? This disgrace?
Lox allows there to be a beat, just like silence in the conversation.
I am not answering any more questions until I am paid by the Doge.
He kind of straightens, and he raises his fat, like sausage fingers, each bedecked with like a different ring, and he snaps. And very quickly, a servant comes forward with a platter that has like a very nice leather pouch carried in the middle of it, and it is huge. Take your coin, and then be gone.
This is where Vera kind of turns to Lox, and she's like, "Please don't leave me! Please don't leave me! Please don't leave me!"
Shut up!
Understand.
You've done enough.
The Doge must pay me.
I am the Doge, you fucking imbecile.
Then hand me my gold.
I will hand you your ass on this platter. before I sully my hands with the likes of you. Take your gold and leave, or see the inside of my dungeons as the last thing your eye ever takes in.
Locks looks at the looks at this sack of gold, and he looks at the Doge, and he looks at Vera, and then he pulls Vera towards him and takes a step back and says,
Then I am going with my prize.
You go nowhere. That is not your prize. Everything in Manchalona belongs to me. You stand in my house. I built this palazzo. I was appointed Doge by the king himself. You are nothing. You are the horse shit on the bottom of my wagon's wheels. If you wish to leave this place with your head intact, you will hand her over now. The rate has just been halved. The guard, the page who was carrying the baggage of coin, turns and leaves the room. I am not a patient man. Guards, arrest him. Immediately, the bodyguards that are present in the room begin to move towards you, Lox.
I think at this point, a man springs out of what seemed like a shadow as Guillaume will switch from his rat form and say, all right, I think this is probably as good a time as any, everybody. And he's going to try to cast a spell.
Perfect. Everyone, please roll for initiative. I apologize for yelling and screaming at all of you.
No, you're
that was
fine.
so good. I
You're
fucking
fine.
hate
It
this
was
guy.
very good.
I fucking
know.
hate this guy.
I hate him. I was just about to start to get sassy with him when Guillaume dropped out because he started talking about how everything belongs to him, and I was just going to have her stand up and be like, "Except me."
I was about to pull out my last alchemist fire and do like a Princess Leia in Jabba's palace with the thermal detonator and be like, no one come close.
Yeah, I by the way, I do want to say, like, I don't want to be like playing all meta, but I would I thought we were going to like go back to kind of setting us up a little bit more before we got fully into it, and I would have No, you're all good. You're all good. I just wanted to say I would have drank one of my fire breath potions.
That's perfectly fine.
I have a few of those left.
Yeah, absolutely. And apologies for railroading into this.
No, this is fucking amazing.
No,
I'm
it's amazing.
totally happy with how it turned out, and as long as
Yeah.
we're like, we just snuck into position in the background, and I'm perfectly fine with that. I just wanted to make sure it was kind of established.
Okay, so I've got everybody. I'm missing one person. What do you got, Guillaume? Oh, there you go. Okay.
Is this considered a surprise round for him though? Because he's kind of jumping out and.
Well, I mean, to be fair, this was kind of a little bit of a Mexican standoff. Like, they knew that shit was about to go sideways, and yeah, so.
Yeah, I came in pretty aggressively. Dude's ready to fight.
Okay. So first up is Locks.
Oh shit, cool. Okay. So Guillaume sort of steps out of the shadows and says, I think this is as good a time as any, and he starts, doing whatever the fuck he's gonna do with his magic. And as he's doing that, charging up a spell, the bounty hunter immediately like stands upright and gets tall, and like Locks pulls the hat off and like tosses the cloak, and his sword appears in his hand, and he points it at the Doge and he says, I think this is the perfect time. And I'm going to try and charge at the Doge if I have a clear shot to him. And if not, then the closest guard between me and him.
Yeah, definitely not a clear shot. It was obvious that he made a concerted effort to not get very close.
Yeah.
He's almost borderline like paranoid as far as like his security goes. Like the couple of guards that weren't kind of like elsewhere in the room kind of formed not quite a ring around him, but definitely did not leave like arm's reach.
Got it.
So yeah, you can choose basically between a Justicaro's sellsword or one of his bodyguards.
I will go for one of the bodyguards.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to do 2 attacks here with my rapier. That's a 20 right out of the gate. That's a nat 20 right out of the gate.
Okay.
I am not joking right now. Okay, so that's 29 and then 13 on the second.
13 is going to miss.
Okay, so I got a crit and then I missed on the second hit. Let me roll my damage. Okay, and it's max plus mod plus my roll.
And then add mods a second time.
Okay, cool. So so 15, and then I rolled 12.
27.
So 27 damage. Yep.
Hell yeah. Okay. Oof. Not dead, but gravely wounded. You catch this particular bodyguard somewhat by surprise. These bodyguards are not dressed the same as the guards at the gate. Like, these individuals are very much form and function. They wear chainmail that looks like it's probably infused with magic. Like, it's very nice armor, and it's very ornamental as well. And they carry warhammers and shields.
Okay.
But you managed to bypass his considerable defenses and drive your rapier kind of into the side of his abdomen, pretty deep. And when you pull the blade free, there's definitely a gout of blood that pours forth.
And this likely doesn't matter. These guys probably aren't magic users, but I am using my sword with the Witchbane poison.
Okay, excellent. Does it have anything else that it does against non-spellcasters?
I don't think so. Kenya posted the text for it. I'm looking at it right now. A creature subjected to this poison must make a Constitution saving throw. On a failed save, they lose 1d4 spell slots. So no, no effect otherwise. Okay.
So in this case, it will not do anything additional.
Okay.
Okay. But gravely wounded, this guy definitely kind of staggers back, clutching his side for a moment, and is not very happy. Vera, it is your turn.
Vera stands up, still in the shape of Isabel, and she looks at the Doge, and she just gets this big smile on her face, and kind of like she just kind of makes a little quick hand movement, and those ropes just fall away. And she looks at him and she says, "You'll never find him, just like your dick." And I'm gonna use the I'm gonna use her bardic inspiration to cast unsettling words on him. So the next time he makes a saving
Yeah.
throw, he has to roll a d8 and it reduces his save. And then she is immediately going to attempt to cast Hold Person on him.
Okay.
And for Hold Person, I require a wisdom saving throw of 16 with
Wisdom
the d8
save.
negative.
16 minus a d8. Woof. Okay, minus 8. Yeah, no, he failed miserably.
Hot. Yeah, so that's what she did, and then she's gonna kind of call out as speaking as a free action, and she's going to say, now would be a wonderful time, and kind of just call out to the rest of the team.
So what does that look like as this spell takes hold?
I think that I'm gonna go with it. It looks like very thick, kind of wrought iron, worn and aged, but still really strong black chains come out of the ground and just kind of like wrap him up and then pull in, and there's just these magical chains like holding him in place to the ground.
The dog
And
is stuck in his arms, and it's just yapping and yapping and yapping, kind of held in place. Though it's not under the effects of the spell at all. It is kind of held by his, comatoseness.
Vera will also take the opportunity to kind of, so when they came in, is there anyone behind them? Like, an enemy behind them at all, or?
Definitely.
Okay. So, I think she's going to kind of make a quick decision, and she's going to look around and try to find some place that she can slide that she's got like some sort of protection, maybe next to a column, like her back up against something so she can't get surrounded. She's kind of trying to like find a safe place to go.
Okay. Yeah, there's probably like a statue's plinth or something like that you can kind of like put your back against to kind of keep anybody from approaching you from that direction.
Yeah. Okay. And that's her turn.
Okay. Two of the Justicaros, the sellswords, make their way to where the Doge is, and they grab a hold of him with two of the bodyguards, and they lift him and begin carrying him towards the hallway that leaves this room. Additionally, there is a strange little figurine that clambers out of a pouch that the Doge wears at his belt. A small crystalline spider. It leaps down from his body, kind of rigid and being carried away, and lands on the banister of the stairs that he was kind of standing at the top at, and begins to scurry with like a little ting 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 of its crystalline legs, as it begins to scuttle straight in the direction of Chimeran. Chimeran, whether you see this thing or not starting to approach, that frequency in your head is like turning up. As this thing gets closer and closer, it's getting more and more intense. And you're starting to feel that same sensation that came over you in the barge, in the boat, as you left El Hidalgo. You're starting to get that same sensation again. Okay. Some of the sellswords are doing that. The rest of them are going to be joining the fray. Okay. There's going to be one that approaches both Locks. Actually, it would be Locks, Guillaume, and Vera at this point, who have been revealed as being hostiles. So one is going to approach each of you. They brandish their rapiers in your direction, and as they approach, just like Locks had done at the beginning of the battle, they like pull those Justicaro red cloaks off of their shoulders, but these individuals actually keep them wound up around their offhand and seem to be fighting rapier and cloak style. The one that approaches you, Locks, actually is going to use his distract bonus action. I need you to make a concentration check, please.
How do I do that?
So it's a Constitution saving throw.
Okay, cool. Oh no. Oh dear. 8.
An 8. Okay. So as this individual approaches, he makes this kind of fluid motion where he tosses this cloak off of his shoulders, and as he does so, he causes it to kind of like furl, and like snap in your face, kind of causing you to actually like pull back for a moment. And then as you pull back, you kind of like, open yourself, and as this cloak moves out of the way, the tip of his rapier is already on its way, like straight towards you. He's going to have advantage against you until the start of his next turn. He is going to use multi-tack against you. What is your AC?
17.
Okay, so he's going to hit with an 18 on the first one.
I will use shield.
Okay, that will probably turn it into a miss. What is the total?
Shield puts my AC up to 22 until the start of my next turn. So that attack and
Excellent.
all future attacks.
So the first one then becomes a miss. The second one, he hit it on the head. So one will actually manage to get through.
Got it.
So he is going to hit you for... What is that? Okay. So that's going to be 8 points of piercing damage. But he is going to go ahead and slap a smite on that.
Oh.
You're going to take an additional 9 points of radiant damage.
Okay.
And I need you to make a strength saving throw, please.
Ew, I'm good at that. Why did I say that? 9.
Okay. Though it may not matter much, his strike that hits you actually causes your sword to fly out of your hand. He disarmed you.
Damn. Okay.
So your sword kind of clatters against the tile of this palace and kind of slides away from you before it comes to a stop.
There's like a flash
Mm-hmm.
in Lox's face as this happens, sort of like, what? Like, no one has disarmed Lox in many years. There's a look of shock and admiration that crosses his face.
And again, like, you've probably crossed blades with Justicaros before, I would imagine. And this individual doesn't fight with the regimented drills and teachings of the Justicaro. This is definitely skills that have been honed on the road, kind of thing. Okay. The one that closed with Vera is fighting in a similar way with cloak and rapier, though he is not going to lash out with his cloak first. Instead, he is just going to come up and swing his sword at you, Vera. What is your armor class?
15.
Okay, he's going to hit with a 16 and miss with a 14. Okay. So the first one is going to hit for 7 points of piercing. Likewise, is going to be burning a smite for an additional 3 points of radiant damage. Do you have a weapon in your hand?
She does not.
Okay.
She is the weapon.
No reason to make you resist being disarmed then. And then lastly, one closed with Guillaume. This individual comes after you again, cloak and rapier style, is not going to furl his cloak at you, however, is just going to attack you twice with his blade. What is your AC?
15, but he'll be rolling with disadvantage because of the cloak.
Disadvantage, okay. That's good. I rolled a 19 the first one, so...
Also, I rolled my con save and got a 12, so...
Oh, for your spell?
Yeah, for the whole person.
Got it. Absolutely. Thank you. Okay, so the first one misses you, Guillaume. The second is likewise going to miss you. So he takes these 2 quick swipes at you with his rapier, and then uses his cloak in kind of like, again, this sweeping motion, and as the cloth kind of like fans out in front of you, he actually uses that opportunity to spin and disengage from you, using Lightfoot as a bonus action to break engagement with you, and he falls back about 30 feet from you. Okay, Chimeran, it is your turn.
Okay. So I think as the yelling was happening before, so what we would have seen is that this old man was grabbing these brushes and doing something with them. And what we see actually is that they went together to form a short bow eventually. And so with that now put together, I am going to step out such that I can, looks like Vera got hurt. She's got one right on her. I mean, she's me. I gotta save me. So I'm going to attack with the bow, the one that is on Vera Isabel. Let's see if we hit.
Do you have advantage because I'm next to?
I do not have advantage unless I get it because they don't know I was there. But that's a 12, so I don't think that's going to hit.
It will not. They are not as well armored as the bodyguards, but that is still not enough to bypass the studded leather that they're wearing.
Yeah, that one. I don't think I'm at the stage yet where I get a second attack. So that sucks. So for my bonus action though, however, I will call out to Locks and let him know that if he grabbed the cloak of the one that's on him, spun him around 3 times in a clockwise circle, the guy has got a weak heel, and if you catch him with it with your foot, you'd be able to get him right in the back in that kidney spot. Go for it. You have advantage when you attack him.
I'm just picturing Chimeran yelling all of that across the room, like that whole paragraph, and Lux is just like, what?
Yeah, Lox is kind of still in the. Where the fuck did this guy come from? Part of it. Like,
said in old voice.
okay. Guillaume, you're up.
Okay, how close have any of our people gotten to the Doge?
I would say probably. It's a flight of stairs, so probably 30 feet or so, maybe 35.
Cool. 30 feet. I like 30 feet. 30 feet I can work with. I mean, let's be real. We all know what I'm going to do right now. Like, you all know what spell I'm going to cast. I thought about casting something else, but it's like, nah. Yeah.
Eldritch
I'm
Blast?
centered directly on the Doge. I'm going to hit him with a 5th level fireball.
Okay.
Oh my god, that dog.
Fuck that dog. That dude's thumb is so obviously up that dog's ass. Like, that dog is compromised.
That dog gives me
I
nightmares.
feel like
please.
Guillaume actually says that too. He's charging with the fireball and he just goes
Get
under his
your
breath.
thumb out of the dog's ass.
Fuck that dog.
Okay, so 8, so 10d6. Wait, that's yeah, level above. Okay, I'm just gonna roll 1d6 because that's what I got in front of me, and I don't want to go digging. Oh my god. I rolled 4, 10, 4, 6, 4, 6. So 20 points with 4 rolls, 6 remaining. Another 4. Is this die broken?
Oh.
24? Oh, there it is. Okay. 40. Okay. 40 points from a 5th level fireball. Did he make his save? He is paralyzed, so I'm guessing
so
that's hard.
He auto fails.
Right. He's not going to be able to even make a throw. But
Awesome.
What is the DC as far as for the bodyguards and the justicaros?
17.
Okay. They both failed. It's a dex save? Wait.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, is it? I believe it is. That sounds right to me. It is a dex save, yes.
And you said a 17?
Yes.
Okay, so actually the sellswords hit it on the nose, so they passed and will take half. He obviously fails. His bodyguards fail.
I'll burn a silvery barbs on one of the two one of the sellswords that made it.
What does that do?
That will subtract. I think it subtracts a D4 from their roll. It's a reaction spell. It's an amazing spell. Oh no, they have to re-roll. They just have to re-roll.
Okay.
It's when you're being attacked, I think, isn't it?
It's when a creature you can see within 60 feet succeeds on an attack roll, an ability check, or a saving throw. So they have to succeed, and then I can call.
I only ever use it on attacks.
Failed.
Awesome. So 40 points of damage to all them, and then I can also pick another creature to have advantage on their next attack, ability check, or saving throw in the next minute. I'm gonna go with Chimeran. I feel like Chimeran deserves the little like boost of like you just feel yourself like you feel his failure somehow like the bad luck of that I just twisted of reality somehow just like rebalances the scales and you feel a little bit luckier. So you'll just have advantage on your next thing.
So something interesting happens whenever you cast this fireball, Guillaume. 2 of the bodyguards crumble. They just burn to crisp and die. One of the sellswords is horribly maimed. The other manages to mostly protect himself from it. The Doge, strangely enough, seems to barely get singed. And instead, across the room, one of the bodyguards that was not even in the area of the fireball immolates and burns to a crisp and drops to the ground.
Yeah, you just hear a loud, "Oh, come on!"
Okay.
And then I guess, you know what? I'll use my bonus action. Can I get within, let's see, can I get within 30 feet of him?
Probably not of him.
Okay.
But definitely
Then
other
actually
targets if you wish.
the guy that just attacked me, I'll just go ahead and attack him with the
Okay.
the fire breath from the potion.
Mhm. And he is within 30 feet of you.
Okay, that's a DC 13 dex save.
X. And you can do the fire breath on the same turn that you can do.
Yeah, it's a bonus action.
Sweet. Hell yeah. That is, what was the DC again? 17?
13.
13. Okay, he got a 15 on the die.
Okay, so he will, I think, is it half damage? Yeah, half damage. So he'll take six damage.
Okay.
From fire.
And this was one of the sellswords. He's a different one of the sellswords. Okay. You said 6? 6 points is what you said, right? Yeah. Okay, cool.
Sorry, I was muted. Yes.
No worries. I wasn't looking at the screen. It was a perfect combination. Okay. It was Guillaume. Sylvie, it is your turn.
Question about that deflection.
Yes.
Can Sylvie see if it's like coming from the Doge or someone else? Like, is he being protected by like a spell someone else is doing, or if it's something that he's wearing? Can Sylvie ascertain that through like an Arcana check?
Yes, please make an Arcana roll.
Okay. It's a 16.
Okay, absolutely. So you actually noticed whenever the flash of Guillaume's fireball kind of faded that the glow of kind of the orange energy that he emitted from his spell seems to linger for a moment longer on one of the rings on one of his fingers. And just before that completely fades and kind of disappears entirely, you notice one of the other bodyguards' armor kind of very faintly takes on a similar reflective like shine of orange for just like a split second.
How far away is, okay, so Sylvie's going to do what she is going to do first then, which is she wants to, she has 100-foot lightning bolt.
Okay.
That she wants to aim at the Doge and try and get as many in this line, in this like beam that she can, originating from herself.
Okay. Perfect. Let me see. Okay. So just because we're not playing with maps and shit, I think that you're going to be able to get the Doge and multiple individuals. However, you'll have to either include Guillaume, Lox, or Vera.
Okay, that's fair. Yep.
Matt is indicating himself.
Okay.
He's volunteering as
Yeah.
tribute.
Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, she'll get locks then.
Okay, excellent. So what is the DC for your spell?
17.
Okay. Let me see. We'll get these are the
And it's
bodyguards.
a dex.
Dexterity, right? Okay.
Yeah.
The bodyguards failed. And there are 2 of them that are caught in this. The sellswords. Ooh, they rolled an 18, so they pass. Yeah, because they have additional bonuses to that. So they pass, so they'll take half. The Doge still does not get a save, so he will automatically fail.
Yeah, so everyone who fails is going to take 30 points of lightning damage or 15 on a
Okay.
pass.
Right.
If she can get up to Lox, or at least near him, she's going to say, hopefully, as under her breath, she doesn't want anyone else to hear. Well, she doesn't want the Doge to hear. Whoever I think Lox is engaged with someone.
Yes, definitely.
So that's fine, but she is going to, like, kind of earnestly say to Lox, like, cut this hand off. Cut the Doge's hand off. Whatever you need to do. She says, like, very earnestly, as she's going to, like, cover you, intention to, like, cover you. But as her bonus action, which I don't believe she's used that yet, she is going to call out to her bird to get the spider that has come out.
Oh, nice.
So she's going to use her homunculus to attack the spider.
Fantastic. I get a roll from your homunculus and we'll figure out what that looks like here.
Okay. I'm trying to refine my homunculus stats.
Yeah, I need to find the spider stats.
They're just over there having a little Pokemon battle while we're fighting for our lives.
You hear that?
I choose you.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay.
Where is this thing? Ah, there it is. Got it.
So it's a 19 to hit.
That absolutely hits. Yep.
And it's a ranged attack, but I imagine it just kind of like swoops and pecks at, and it only does it does 6 points of damage.
Okay. 6 points. All right. Remember that.
Of force damage. Yeah.
Force damage. All right. Let me see here. Okay. Your clockwork raven kind of pecks at this crystalline creature, causing like a small crack to appear on one of its legs, but it does not seem overly deterred. This thing seems almost mindless. Okay, that was Sylvie. It is the bodyguard's turn. those who were slain by Guillaume's fireball are replaced by additional bodyguards who surround the Doge as best they can, and again lift and begin carrying him. Oh, I guess, does he get a saving throw each time he takes damage in whole person? Is that how that works?
End of every
Let me-
turn.
End of
Hold
every
on,
one
let
of
me-
his turns.
Yeah. Yeah, I was prepping
Yep.
the one, so I already had it up. I was like,
At the end,
yeah.
at the end of each of its turns.
It's
Okay.
really good. It's a
Mhm.
good ass spell.
He failed the save that he should have made this round. Okay, so they are picking him up and are carrying him. One of them picks up the cane that he was wielding, and kind of trots after the group. They pass through the archway at the end of this room into the hallway beyond. Anybody that wishes to can roll either Arcana or Insight checks.
Was there enough of them to carry him, seeing as some of them got immolated?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The ones that had gotten burned got replaced. Others, like that were preparing to fight, basically dropped what they were doing and went after him. It's very clear that they have been drilled on what to do in a situation like this.
30
Okay.
on my insight.
Okay. So Chimeran, were you gonna roll?
Insight. I rolled a 16.
Okay, so all of you, whether through Insight or through Arcana, you recognize that as his cane passes through the threshold of the hallway, that you notice the gemstone at the head of his cane, which looks to be the same kind of like cut and facet of like sapphire as some that are affixed into the archway that forms the hallway's entrance. And you see for a brief moment, almost like like whenever you look at a bubble wand and you can tell that there's a film there without actually seeing it fully, you see that kind of just go for just a second and then it's gone.
What happened? What happened when the lightning bolt hit the Doge? Did another dude?
Oh, I'm sorry.
somewhere
Yes,
else-
absolutely. The one that Sylvie noticed kind of briefly flashed with the orange. He acted as if he were electrocuted. Went kind of rigid and kind of jolted for a couple of seconds before falling to the ground, smoking.
Hmm.
Okay. Oh, okay. I'll get to that in just a second. Okay. Lox, it is your turn.
Okay. I don't know if this is gonna work. How far is the Doge from me now that he has passed through that barrier, that threshold?
You were about 35 feet away before.
Mm-hmm.
They've managed to move him probably 20 feet or so, so he's about 55 feet from you.
Okay. I'm going to try to get up the stairs. I imagine I'm probably going to take some opportunity attacks in doing
Mhm.
so.
Yep, with the sellsword that was closed with you at the very least is going to try to capitalize on that
Okay.
and
Or
roll the one.
actually,
So
let me. What is Oh no, because then I wouldn't be able to do the other thing. Never mind. Okay, cool. And then I will go up the stairs like 20 feet. So like midway up the stairs where I can see the Doge, but I'm not to him. And then I'm going to, is this an action or a bonus action? This is an action, right? It's a bonus action. Blessed be. I'm going to cast Misty Step and teleport to the Doge. I can teleport up to 30 feet.
Fantastic. Okay. So you teleport onto the other side of the threshold of this doorway, and now are in the hallway where the guards kind of look at you as you appear out of nowhere, and several of the bodyguards continue to try to carry him, though a few of their companions look like they're going to peel off to try to intercept you.
Okay. So, and if I can, I want to teleport like next to the Doge. I want to be like on it if possible.
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay, cool. So there's a, flurry of peacock feathers as Lox apparates next to the Doge. And then I want to try to cut his hand off.
Okay. So your attacks one at a time, if you will, please.
Mm-hmm.
However, they will be at disadvantage.
Okay.
Because the bodyguards have the protection fighting style.
Okay.
So they are trying to interpose their shields.
But are they at a straight roll because he's paralyzed? So
yes, good point. So it is a straight single die roll.
Okay.
Yep. And if the attack hits, it's an automatic crit.
Right.
Because Lox is in melee.
Yep.
Okay. Here's the first attack. That's a dirty 20.
Will hit.
Second attack, 22.
Both will hit.
Okay. So are both of those crits then?
They are.
Holy shit. Okay. So the first one's going to be, I just rolled max. That's going to be 30 on the first one.
Okay.
30 on the second one. That's insane.
Okay.
I think D&D Beyond's being a little too kind to me this eve.
Hey, I've seen it be
personally
brutal to people.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I am not gonna look a gift horse in the mouth here.
Lox, you appear right next to the Doge. You bypass all of the protections that he's put in place with these guards surrounding him. You strike twice, aiming for this man's hand. Suddenly, there are two hands lying on the marbled floor, bleeding, and you realize that it's two hands from two of the bodyguards. And the Doge is untouched. These two men scream in agony and pain that you wish that you had so desperately reserved for this bastard of a human being. And even in his current state, the magics that he has clearly paid for are doing their job at protecting this man. And your swath of destruction that your party is so desperately aiming directly at this man is leaving a wake of dead bodies behind it. Just not the one that they're targeting. Okay. That was Lox. The small dog. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
The small dog that the Doge had with him, that has now been victim to a fireball and a lightning bolt, and is still alive, barking and yipping and screeching, has now wrestled free from the hand of the Doge, and though it is slightly burnt and electrocuted, changes. Its teeth and its talons elongate as it grows 3 to 4 times in size, and its yipping, annoying bark slowly turns into a deep, rumbling growl. It rounds on you, Lox, and charges. It has pack tactics because it does have allies that are closed with you. It is going to attempt... Ooh. No, yep, we're going to go with this first. It's going to attempt a bite and then a claw attack. What is your AC again?
17.
Okay, that is going to be a hit.
What's the roll, out of curiosity?
I don't want to tell you.
Oh, you can't tell me?
Nope.
Okay,
Tell
I'll burn a shield. I'll
Okay.
cast shield again. So that puts me at 22.
He got you with a 23.
Oh,
Yeah,
damn.
18
Okay.
on the die.
All right.
So, all
Yeah.
right. Well, I just told you what his to hit was. Whatever.
I've seen your game, Jeremy.
Mustache twirl. The claw is also at 23. So both of them are going to hit you, bypassing your defensive magics as well. I could read my... Okay. The bite is going to do piercing to the tune of 6 points. And the claw is going to do slashing to the tune of 11 points. From the bite, I need you to make a strength saving throw, please.
$22.
Okay. You resist this thing's considerable strength, and you are able to maintain your footing and not get pulled to the ground, prone. Those of you who are in the main stairwell, you can see any of this transpiring, but you don't hear any of it. Okay. Vera, it is your turn.
Vera watches and sees what Lox does, and seeing him misty step and get past the portal doorway thing there, that bubble, she kind of turns and looks at the guy in front of her, and she just goes, toodaloo, and she's going to dimension door upstairs, to where Lox is at, right next to him. And when she lands, she is going to immediately put a hand on him, and she's going to... How hurt is Lox?
I am pretty hurt.
Okay, she's going to immediately just drop a 3rd level cure wounds on him. And that will give him 12 hit points. Not a lot, but it's something.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And then she will, seeing the large dog and realizing what the immediate threat is here, she is going to immediately turn and, using her actual movement, she's going to get onto the backside. Oh, wait, we don't do flanking in this game. I always forget that. Never mind, she's not going to do that because she's not crazy. She's not going to stay near the dog, so she's going to dimension door in, put a hand on him, heal him, and then she's gonna back off a bit away from everything, and she's just gonna, when she touches his shoulder, she's just, I'm here. I'll save you even though you hit me. And then that's her turn.
Perfect. Okay. That was Vera. The Doge is going to try to see if he can't pass this save. What is the DC again? Probably not going to do.
It is a 16.
No, he failed. He is still held.
Thank God.
Okay. The crystalline spider continues its advancement towards you, Chimeran. The bridehound continues its ting, 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 along the marble banister, getting closer to you. As it does, again, this frequency in your head is increasing more and more and more. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw, please. No, this would be a Wisdom saving throw. Sorry.
Don't be sorry. That one's slightly better.
Okay. Well, then you're welcome.
But that roll is terrible.
Uh-oh.
That's a 5.
Okay.
Oh God.
Chimeran.
Sorry. I had advantage from something. Is that only on attacks, or is that like on?
No, that was the silvery barbs, and I
Yeah.
believe next attack roll, ability check, or saving throw.
Oh, I'm going to use it here then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that's much better. That's a dirty 20.
A dirty 20 will pass. Okay. You feel that ringing in your skull, kind of reaching a feverish like pitch, and for a moment you feel like you're about to shatter your teeth against one another, trying to like clench your jaw against the pain inside of your skull, but you managed somehow to push it down, to repress it enough to see through it and continue fighting. Okay. It closes the distance. It is still not quite closed with you, but it is probably 15 feet or so from you now. Chimeran, it is your turn.
Okay. So on this side of the barrier, we have Guillaume, Sylvie, myself down where the spider is at, the raven. Are there any sellswords or bodyguards left around Sylvie and Guillaume?
Yes. There are at least 3 sellswords on this side of the barrier that have not been killed but are damaged. And then there are 2 remaining bodyguards that have not been... Oh, no, sorry. One of the bodyguards does have damage on it. The other one does not.
Are any of them in melee with Sylvie or Guillaume?
Yes, on to both, I believe.
Okay, I love you, Guillaume, and you just saved my life, but Sylvie's my bae. So I'm gonna shoot at one of the ones that's on Sylvie.
All right. Fire away.
That's a 19 to hit.
You were targeting a sellsword?
Yeah, but whoever's on Sylvie. I
think it was a sellsword. So that will hit.
Perfect. Okay. So they are going to take. Oh, it rolled all my damage with it too. 25 points of damage. 10 from the arrow and 15 because I knew exactly where to place it because of sneak.
Okay. So I think this was the one that had. Okay. 25 points.
Mm-hmm.
He is still alive. But not by much.
I would like to. It's only like 15 feet away from me, you say. I'm going to
Right
move.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to kind of like skirt around it. So like I'm not getting close, but I'm going to go down the hallway towards my friends 40 feet. So I'll be 25 feet on the other side of it. So it's going to have to scuttle back.
Kind of run past it.
Yeah. And I am going to, at this point, reach, basically aid Guillaume to help him with the one of the guys that's on him. As my bonus action, I'm giving him basically the help, so he's got advantage on one of those guys that's on him.
Okay, perfect. It is the sellsword's turn. Three of them on this side. One of them is on Guillaume. He is going to attempt the same maneuver that the first one attempted on Locks. So I need you, Guillaume, to please make a Constitution check.
Yes, and that one.
Okay. So fresh off of having cast your fireball, kind of even in the face of this guy who had come out and attacked you, you kind of turn to kind of now approach him, and you get again this fanning of a cloak, and almost as if from the folds of the cloak itself, you get two strikes from his rapier, his blade of justice, as it flashes out at you. What is your AC again?
15, but I got the cloak for disadvantage.
Okay, so it's just a flat roll then. Is what
flat roll, yeah.
Okay, the first one missed you, and the second one rolled a nat 1. So he missed terribly, even though he managed to distract you.
Stop fanning me with that cloak. It's cool enough in here as is.
Okay, the one that was on Locks, now finding himself without a target, is going to, I think, move towards Chimeran. Chimeran.
Did you say the one that was on Locks?
Mm-hmm.
That Sylvie would be right next to, because she went right up to Locks.
Oh, that's right. You would, because you walked up and healed. I'm sorry. Or no.
Just to tell him to cut off his hand.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
So he will head to Sylvie in that case instead. Sylvie closes with you and again is going to try to furl this cloak in front of your face. So I need you to make a concentration check, please.
Yep, that's a nat 1.
Oh wow. Okay. So again, this cloak kind of fans in an arc in front of you, and then from the depths of the fabric, it seems the lightning fast tip of a rapier juts out at you twice. What is your armor class?
15.
15. Okay, so it's going to hit with the first one. Oh, and a crit on the second one. Okay. So let's see here. It's going to save the smite for the crit, because that's nice and gross. The first is going to be 7 points of piercing. And I need you to make a strength saving throw, please.
Okay, that's a 16.
Okay, so you managed to keep your quarterstaff. He's not able to disarm you. The second strike is going to be the crit. So we are going to be looking at... Oh, no. Is... And... Oh. That is 50 points of damage.
Oh my god.
Because with the normal strike, he also applies his smite. So that is a mixture of piercing and radiant damage, as there's like this enormous like flash of light that seems to emit from his cloak as this rapier just buries itself to its hilt in your gut.
Oh yeah, Sylvie just crumples. I don't even think that, I think it happens so fast. There's nothing slow about this. Sylvie crumples around the blade as it's plunged into her stomach. Not outright dead though, so that's good.
Yeah. Sylvie folds beneath this considerable strike from this Justicaro sellsword, who sneers and wipes the blood from his blade on her ragged peasant clothing before turning and moving to join the remainder of the fray. Whew, okay. That leaves the sellsword with Guillaume. No. He already tried and failed miserably. That leaves the two that are on the other side of the hallway with Locks.
Hey, Jeremy, I have a real quick question.
And Vera,
Sorry to interrupt
yes.
your train of
No, you're
thought. We have like 3 or 4 were-rats with us. What are they doing during this fight? Because they were in Sylvie's bag with the intention of like helping us.
100%. I would imagine that they are part of the clashing swords in the background that we see of the movie of this scene. We can definitely try to like stat them out and feature them in a more direct way in future combats, but this combat kind of seemed a little complicated. So I figured it would probably be better.
I was just because
they're fighting additional sellswords and bodyguards, you know.
They're keeping us from getting
overwhelmed.
ganked, so I'm
no, I'm totally
exactly.
fine with that. And you know, if one of them happens to have a healing potion and drops it down Sylvie's throat,
I don't think we're gonna get that lucky. Okay. So the two Justicaro sellswords that are on the other side of this barrier are also going to be trying to attack Vera and Locks, one on each. And actually, one of them approaches Vera with his blade of justice. The other is actually leveling a heavy crossbow at Locks. So Vera, this one comes up to you and swings his sword of justice at you and rolls a 1. Man, that's a ton of 1s. Missing. Wait, oh sorry, he has multi-attack. Hold up. That's not a lot better. So missing you twice. The one with the heavy crossbow leveled at Locks is going to fire just the once. And misses as well. Man, embarrassment.
Were these the guys that were carrying the Doge?
No, his bodyguards are carrying him. The sellswords are
Oh,
kind of
okay.
moving with them.
Moving with
They
them,
were
okay.
initially helping to carry him, but once the bodyguards took over, they turned their mind to more important matters. Okay. That was the sellswords. Guillaume, it is your turn.
Okay. Are there are a lot of dead bodies about at this point, right? Like we've killed a couple of these guys.
Oh yes, definitely.
Okay. Then Guillaume is going to raise his staff, speak a few words, and do any of these corpses have like bows on them, or is it just crossbows?
None of the bodyguards have ranged weapons, but the sellswords have crossbows. That is the only ranged weapon they have.
Okay. I guess a mechanical question. If I was going to raise one as a skeleton, they have short bow proficiency, I think. Or they use like generally, I guess it doesn't actually say what they have for proficiencies in the stat block. That's interesting. Could they use the crossbows basically?
Yes. Yeah, because they were proficient with it in life, effectively.
Okay, perfect.
It's just easier to just do it
Yeah.
that way.
So he will raise his staff, and three of the dead bodies will just immediately raise as zombified versions of their previous inhabitants. But two more, there's a terrible tearing noise as their flesh splits and the bones just it's essentially just like claws themselves out of the body and stand, and those two pick up crossbows that their previous personages had been carrying, and Guillaume will I think he'll just say, kill everyone who isn't us, and let them go fucking wild, kind of, because I can only direct them like all of them. So I guess I'll have them start by just overkilling the shit out of the guy that just killed Sylvie. So like five undead just all start to move in on that guy.
Okay.
And
Perfect.
wail on him.
Several of these individuals are still like smoking from the fireball or the lightning bolt or what have you that kind of ended their lives. As they begin marshaling towards the living sellswords and bodyguards in the room, particularly, like you said, the one that had dropped Sylvie just a moment before. He is already kind of like backpedaling, trying to like take a defensive stance and swing his rapier at his former companions to try to keep them at bay. What was that, by the way?
That was Danse Macabre.
Ooh.
5
amazing.
undead at once.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's a fun one. I've been excited to try that one out. It's a little like too much to like keep track of all of it, but I'm hoping it just kind of means that the sellswords are less of our problem for the
they're
next
definitely going to get
bit.
a little tied up. We'll handle it probably much the same as the rest of the were-rats, where they're going to be causing havoc in the background. Okay, perfect.
Means there's less to refill the ranks.
So what we'll do is we'll probably just consider the stair chamber as like handled as far as like the combatants go. The PCs can move about the cabin, if you will.
Yeah, and I'm gonna just be sprinting up after that towards. Wait, is it just Sylvie and myself down here? I don't have any way to heal her. I don't know if Chimeran
And
does, but I also kind of want to keep Chimeran back from the Doge
Yeah.
at least until he's fully incapacitated and ready for her to come in for a coup de grace. So I'm just gonna, yeah, I'll sprint off after them and like try to help her. I don't know.
Okay, perfect. All right, that was Chimeran. The sellsword's turn. They are busy fighting.
no, that
in
wasn't
the
Chimeran.
hallway.
They already went already. That was
No,
Guillaume.
I am so sorry. Yeah, that was Guillaume.
Mhm.
Sylvie's turn. So when M returns, we'll have them make a their first death save.
Now, how do homunculus work? Is it like, will they keep attacking based on the last command, or is it because now
Ooh.
Sylvie is unconscious, they stop? I don't know how that works.
I don't know, to tell you the truth. A lot of the summons just kind of keep on the last like task that they were set. And I imagine a homunculus is probably similar. But now that M is back, we can ask them. M, I need you to make your first death saving throw, please.
Oh boy. It's a 14.
Okay, that's one good. And we had a question. Does your homunculus keep like doing its thing?
So no, it'll only like dodge things
Okay.
unless I take a bonus action to tell it what to do.
Okay, so yeah, it's kind of just defaulted to just protecting itself, essentially. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, so that was Sylvie. It is the bodyguard's turn. The bodyguards in the stairwell room, again, are kind of taken care of, for the moment, at least. The other ones that are inside the hallway with the Doge are still trying their best to remove him from this situation, which is going to mean breaking engagement with locks. So you basically have your pick of the litter, if you will, for any of the guards that are carrying the Doge, if you would like to try to strike at them with an opportunity attack.
Yeah, definitely. Ooh, 12 to hit.
Okay, 12. It will not hit. Okay. So they managed to break away and move about another 10, 15 feet or so further down the hallway. They are moving towards a wall, and it looks like they're starting to kind of look for what might be like a method of maybe operating another secret door. Okay. That brings us back to the top of the initiative with Locks.
Okay. I am going to I'm going to focus on dealing with this dog here this turn. I think I really don't want to push it and take a bunch of damage.
Okay.
So I'm going to attack the dog here one time. 11 to hit. See, now the dice are turning on me. I knew this was going to happen.
11 is going to miss.
Yeah. And second attack. Okay, that's a little better. 23 to hit.
That will absolutely hit.
Okay, cool. Let me roll damage. Rolled the least amount of damage possible. 8 damage.
8 points.
My +1 rapier, if that matters.
Okay. You notice, Locks, whenever your blade cuts, blood does not pour out of this dog. It looks more like magma. It's like glowing orange and like running viscous and thick.
This dog is gonna breathe fire on me. I just know it.
What was the total damage you had again?
The damage I did to it?
Yes, sorry.
8.
8. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm thinking about action surging here, but I feel like I also should probably save it. Oh, fuck it. I'm gonna do my action surge. Another 2 attacks.
Okay.
First one is 18.
We'll hit.
Okay, and second one is a nat 1.
Okay.
Damage from the first one is going to be 11.
Okay. It is hurt, not quite bloodied. Okay. It is now the dog's turn, who is named Velocito, by the way. He is going to, little Velocito is going to use his big bark. So I need both of you, Vera and Lox, please to make Constitution saving throws. Uh, 26 for Lox. Hell yeah, that's impressive. It'll pass. 16 also passes. So you will both take only 2 points of thunder damage, as this bark is incredibly loud. Things on the walls kind of shake whenever this creature makes this bark. It's otherworldly, and it causes no small amount of pain in your eardrums. But you manage to both shrug off the majority of the damage and avoid falling deaf. Some of the guards are not so lucky. They seem to suddenly be moving their jaws around, trying their best to regain their sense of hearing, though to their credit they do continue with their course of action, trying to their best to remove this doge from the situation. You get the distinct impression that it would probably be made a lot easier if the doge wasn't quite so heavy. Yeah, such a big personality. Okay. That was Velocito. Vera, it is your turn.
Okay. Narrowly avoiding the large dog's bark. Vera is going to... She's going to position herself so that she is within range, and everybody's kind of bunched up here, but the way I'm envisioning it is that like Lox is kind of like right at like the Doge's like one side because he was trying to chop off the hand with the rings, you know? And then like the guards are around on the other side, and the dog is maybe like, I don't know, behind Lox or something. Anyway, so Vera's gonna kind of run around to where she can position herself so that the spell she's going to do has a 10-foot range. So she wants to position herself so that she hits everybody in this tight group except for Lox. So, like, probably by the feet of the Doge.
Okay. So I think that that's absolutely feasible, but
Okay.
it is going to require that you break engagement with at least one foe.
Okay.
Okay. You can either do it so that you break engagement with Velocito, the dog, or with a sellsword.
I will go with the sellsword.
Okay. He will strike out with his Blade of Justice. A 21, I'm assuming, hits you.
It does.
Okay. He's going to deal piercing to the point of 6.
Okay.
And is going to smite with Radiant. to the tune of an additional 12 points of radiant.
Okay.
You do not have a weapon still, so there's no disarm. Okay, but he stabs you with his blade, and you feel the sting of the radiant damage, but then you are able to position yourself where you can cast your spell to hit.
Okay.
Everybody except for Locks.
Okay, so she gets there and there's kind of that sound of chains and stuff that is becoming common in some of her spell casting, and she's going to um like those kind of mystical chains are going to kind of come up out of the ground again, the similar thing to what's holding that's still wrapped around the Doge, but in this time instead they're going to wrap around her arms and she's going to pull on them. And when she pulls them up and says the spell component word, these massive, like, black chain, like almost tentacles come rising up out of the ground around her. And she's going to cast Arms of Hadar on all of them.
Nice.
And it is a strength saving throw
Okay.
of 16. And
Alright.
the Doge automatically fails because he is
Held.
held because he's paralyzed.
Absolutely.
And
Was the DC again? 16, you said?
16, yes.
Okay. The Cell Swords failed. And so did the bodyguards. And then Velocito needs to roll. And also failed.
Awesome. And because I'm casting it at 3rd level, it is 4d6 necrotic damage that is going to be done to these guys. So that is 15 necrotic damage to all of them.
Okay.
And none of them can take reactions until the
Wow. Yeah.
until its next turn. So feel free to move about the cabin.
All right. So one of the bodyguards, you notice, takes way more of this than it looks like he should have. The Doge again seems untouched, unfazed by this necrotic damage. But one of the bodyguards completely like atrophies and shrivels up, similarly to the effect that the spirit guardians had on the women that you were trying to rescue in the crypts under the castle. He just kind of like completely just like shrivels up and withers away and then collapses to the ground.
I think
the
it's
others
at that
all take
point
that 15 points.
that
Sorry, go ahead.
Vera seeing that happen, because she knows. I mean, she knows out of all of them, the Doge should have taken something, and she's seen this happen, and she's just gonna be like, "What the fuck is that?" And she just is gonna kind of like call out, as in she has like no clue what's going on. But now, since none of the ones that are left can take any actions or reactions or whatever, neither can the dog, she's gonna spin back around and she's gonna get so that it's like dog locks Vera, and she's gonna stand next to Loxt again, waiting for her her turn again, but she's also going to she's going to kind of whisper to Lox. She's gonna, "You've got this. I know you've got this. Just kill that fucking dog so that we can get him dead. Why won't he die, Lox?" And that will be her turn. That was a bardic inspiration.
Right. Hell yeah. Okay. The Doge's turn. He's going to attempt his saving throw again. And fail again. The Bridehound's turn. Is going to give chase to Chimeran. Chimeran, once again, as it closes the distance with you, it attempts to, again, use its ability Paralyze Quarry. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
Okay, that's an 18.
18. Okay. Again, this tinnitus kind of ringing in your skull kind of peaks, and you still manage to push it down, fight through it, and continue on as if it was not going to affect you.
I have bigger worries right now. My Sylvie.
It is Chimeran's turn.
Yeah, so I think at this he closes with where Sylvie fell. I think that like there's fighting all around. There's skellies beating up sellswords and were-rats beating up bodyguards, and Chimeran's only got eyes for Sylvie at this moment, lying there on the floor, limp. Unfortunately, I have nothing I can do to help except maybe a medicine check. So my best is I'm going to try to find that stab wound that she got. I'm going to try to I don't know, put pressure on it and stop the bleeding somehow. Bind it or something. So
Okay. Out of curiosity, Sylvie, do you have any potions of healing on your person?
No.
No. Okay.
No.
seem to have a
All right. Chimeran, do you have a first aid kit? Or whatever it's called, a healer's kit?
I do not. I literally just have the medicine skill in my 2 hands and scarves.
Okay. So, unfortunately, this is going to be at disadvantage.
Okay. We are just crossing our fingers. Oh, it's not terrible. That's a 15.
Okay. So despite the circumstances, the chaos that's unfolding all around you, the fact that there are undead that now seem to be fighting on your side, helping to fight off these bodyguards and these Justicario sellswords, Sylvie is bleeding out. You're watching this pool of blood underneath her kind of spread into the cracks of the inlay of this like marble floor. And you are doing your damnedest to staunch this bleeding with nothing more than scarves that you have at your disposal. And somehow, by some miracle, you manage to stem the bleeding. And Sylvie, you can have 1 hit point and regain consciousness. You are stabilized.
Chimeran is like crying at this point, like doing the best just to kind of hopefully she doesn't die. And so like he's got tears in his eyes. He's just doing what he can. And I don't know if he like notices when you actually have your eyes flutter back open, but that is what you see over you as you come back to consciousness.
Yeah, I imagine Sylvie like takes in like a huge deep inhale as she looks up to you, and I think she smiles, I think instinctively for the first few seconds before she really realizes kind of where they are or what they're doing. And I think Sylvie looks to Chimera and just smiles and says, I made the promise. didn't I?
You did, and you have to keep it.
I will keep my promise. You will not be in his hands. As she like goes to get up.
Don't move. Yeah.
Sylvie, what I would like to know is, this is not the first brush with death that Sylvie has had, especially not here recently. In the brief moment before you were brought back from the brink, what did Sylvie see as you neared the afterlife?
I think Sylvie finds herself walking along a beach that no one here would recognize. It is the beach of her home country, where she is from. And she feels the soft sand, the warmth of the sun. In many ways, it's very similar to Aladago, where they are, but in other ways, it's a lot. There's a lot more calm, and there's a feeling that overcomes her that is that of peace. And she sees at the end of this beach, there's a silhouette, a figure that stands expectantly at the end of this beach. And I think she begins to run towards this figure. Frantic, faster, faster, but suddenly the sand shifts beneath her, kind of rolling into this great chasm that opens up beneath her feet. And she begins to fall into this chasm. And as she falls, she just sees one last glimpse of this figure, hand raised, and a whisper of a voice. Not yet. It is not time. As she tumbles into this great abyss and everything goes black, when she opens her eyes again, she sees Chimeran.
Perfect. Chimeran helps Sylvie back to her feet to rejoin the fray. Okay, that was Chimeran. It is the sellsword's turn. There are two of them that remain in the hallway, I believe. So, once again, one on Vera and one on Lox. The one on Vera pursuing you around the circle, despite the necrotic that he just suffered. He is going to try to swing at you. He's going to attempt the distract bonus action. So I need you to make a concentration check, please.
Net 20 for a 22.
Okay, hell yeah. So you managed to resist the distraction from the cloak, and is going to strike at you with just a single die roll. 17 does hit you?
It does.
Okay. And then the second misses miserably. First one dealing 6 points of piercing and more radiant damage from another smite, or an additional 15 points of radiant.
It was
Okay.
15 and what? 6, you said?
Yes, I think so. 6
Okay.
piercing and then 15 radiant.
Okay. That
All
worked.
right. The one that had just fired his crossbow at Lox has now discarded the heavy crossbow and closed, again attempting this cloak maneuver. So you got a 25, Lox. Okay. Again, ignoring the attempt to distract you, is going to strike out with you or at you twice. Does an 18 hit you?
Yes, but I'm gonna shield.
Okay, that will turn it into a miss. The second one was nowhere near that, so they both will miss you as they attempt to strike at you twice with their their blade of justice. Okay, that is the cell swords. Guillaume.
Okay, uh I'm gonna run up closer. Oh man, I wish I had some healing, but I do not. So I think I want to get close enough that I can like cast spells on them. Like I want to get past the barrier basically. But I don't want to get so close that I'm like directly in melee range. And I think I'm gonna let the zombies go. They kind of serve their purpose to cover my retreat, and I am gonna cast I think a haste on Locks, if that sounds good to him. That'll
Okay.
give him an opportunity, hopefully, and I'm just gonna yell like, "Get those fucking rings off his fingers!" And I will
Hold one moment, if you would, please. As you approach the hallway, you find the threshold unbreachable. If you were to run into it or push against it, it is every bit as if there were a physical wall there, spanning the opening of the hallway.
Okay. Shoot, I was hoping to get past that before casting any magic.
Mm-hmm.
So
you would recognize that before you actually cast the spell.
Okay. In that
if you'd
case,
like, you can actually roll an Arcana, and you may even know what exactly this spell is, if you don't already.
Good Arcana. That's a 25 Arcana roll.
You know exactly what this is. This is a wall of force.
Okay. Well, and I can see through it though, right?
Absolutely. It is perfectly clear.
All right. Well, in that case, I will waste another spell, and I'm going to dimension door my way through.
Okay.
And realizing I don't think I'm close enough to Sylvie or Chimeran to bring either of them with me. Yeah, so I'm just gonna go ahead and do it. I'll come through, hold off on the haste for now. I guess I'll just leave the zombies going. And I will I'll spit some fire at one of the bodyguards. Doesn't seem worth it to do it on the dog if he's bleeding magma.
Okay.
So that's another DC 13 dexterity save.
Okay. You could probably get several of the bodyguards because they're all still kind of gathered around the Doge.
It's actually single target, I realized.
Oh,
the fire breath
interesting.
potion. Yeah.
Okay. He failed.
Oh, sweet. 13 points of fire damage.
Okay, that is not the first damage that he has taken, I don't believe. He is still alive, but not by much.
And that will be it for me, because that's a spell and a bonus action.
Okay. Sylvie, it is your turn.
Okay. Are there any other guards in this area?
They are currently all engaged with the undead that Guillaume had raised. There's like 2 left.
I think Sylvie needs to take the action to cast Cure Wounds on herself before she dies.
I think that makes great sense.
Yep. So she's going to, cast Cure Wounds, and she wants to kind of pivot herself. Oh, nice. 21 points of healing for me.
Hell yeah.
Nice. She is going to position herself. You had mentioned that when he had passed, we had seen there was like a gem within the wall that had lit up. She wants to position herself so that she can see that, and she wants to use her bonus action to command her bird to peck at it.
Okay.
To attack it.
Have your homunculus roll up an attack.
Okay. So that's a 16 on the die, which is...
Okay. Yes, shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, dirty 20 to hit.
Absolutely. Let's see if the damage can kind of get over this thing's threshold.
6 points.
Okay.
Of force.
Yep. Although it is force damage, that's true. It's not just simple like bludgeoning or piercing. Okay. Yeah. So this thing pecks at this gemstone, and a crack appears in it. It has not broken it. It has not shattered it entirely, but it has certainly managed to put real damage on it. And Guillaume, where you are standing just kind of at this threshold, you see like an exact duplicate crack that has appeared in this invisible wall in front of you. So there's like this fissure, like just through the space, that is exactly the same shape as this crack in the gem, only larger proportionately. Okay. The bodyguards seem to have activated the secret door that they have been looking for, and are pulling the doge through as we speak. Once again, invoking attacks of opportunity from Lox if he wishes to take one.
Uh, 15 to hit.
Will not overcome their defenses.
Got it.
You have a bardic inspiration.
I sure do. What does that give me? A D8?
Yep.
Rolling it. 7, so 22 to hit.
That does bypass their armor class.
Nice. That'll be 11 damage.
Okay. Lox, how do you kill one of these bodyguards? And how does that cause the rest of them to be unable to get him through this secret door?
So the bodyguard is he sort of this is one of the bodyguards carrying the doge?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So he turns and he's holding the doge with one arm, and he's kind of fending me off with they have warhammers, right? With the other hand.
And shields, yeah.
Okay. He brings the warhammer down, and Lox just sort of sidesteps it, moves in closer. The guy thrusts forward with his shield and Lox actually sort of grabs it and pushes it back towards him, slamming his own shield into his face. And there's this like ringing sort of ping as this happens, and blood sort of flies out of his nose as I just crush his nose right into his face with his shield. And then as he kind of like topples backwards, he drops the Doge, and this just sort of massive like guy who's like planking just sort of like tumbles down onto the flagstones of the floor, and Lox just steps over the bodyguard that he slammed the shield with.
Excellent. With the situation relatively in hand, it doesn't take long for you to clean up the remaining stragglers, the additional bodyguards, the Justicaro sellswords. The Doge continues to fail his saving throw against Vera's spell, staying locked in this paralytic state. Velocito, the dog, succumbs eventually to these magma seeping wounds and eventually dies. Sylvie's homunculus eventually breaks through the gem, causing the wall of force to fail and permit the rest of you into this hallway, where we now see the group of you beginning to gather around the paralyzed form of Doge Silvario Luthador del Sembrania.
I think as the group's coming up, though, since she still technically looks like Isabella at this point, she's going to, as the Doge falls down from what Lox does and he lands on the ground, she's going to kind of like straddle over him, and she's going to look down, and she's going to like kind of take his cheeks, and then she's going to transform into herself, and she's just going to be like, "Fooled you. You're not going to hurt our friend anymore." And then she's just going to kind of sit there and wait for Isabel to show up.
Yeah, even though he cannot move, I think that you can see the fury like causing his eyes to just like vibrate, and his nostrils are pumping air rapidly through them.
Did we manage to take his rings off?
Yeah, I would imagine so.
I think with everybody around, like even like he's can't move, but I'm imagining that they're also like helping keep him down in case the spell wears off. And seeing them all around, like a Chimeran just kind of steps up until he's like standing and looking down at this waste of flesh on the ground. And there's a moment when the Chimeran, that posture just switches, and instead we see now she kind of lifts up the mask that she's been hiding her face with this entire time, and she just kind of steps over him and looks down, and when she knows he can see her, she spits on his face first, and "You will never have me." And I think at this point, like, she kind of squats down maybe, and while she's still like looking at him in the eyes, and I don't think that he would maybe even see this coming, but she pulls out this silver blade that she's got, and she just would like to plunge it into he's a big man, so well, yeah, just plunge it down kind of underneath like the armpit area, that kind of side, plunges it in, and then just rips up and twists it as much as she can. And if that doesn't kill him, she'll do it again and again until he dies.
I think it's this strange, macabre exchange because he doesn't react. He's held fast by Vera's magic. So there's no calling out, there's no screaming, there's no whimper of pain, there's no flinching. He's perfectly still, other than just the waves of the force of your blows rippling through his body as you plunge your dagger into him repeatedly, until the reason that he's not moving is no longer because of Vera's spell. You notice beneath the frilled collar of his clothes, tucked into the front of his jerkin, you can see, Chimeran, a medal that looks like it forms an amulet of some kind, is the chain of this amulet. And the metal that it is made from and the design of it looks identical to the metal and the way that your circlet appeared.
I'm going to rip that off of his neck and take it.
When you do so, the intensity of that sound, that ringing in your ears, intensifies tenfold. It's almost this, again, a feedback loop. Undoubtedly, this is the source of control. This is the other connection of the crown that you wear.
Does the pain doesn't stop when I take it from his body,
No,
right?
the
Like, it
moment
just
that
keeps-
you have touched it, it has gotten worse.
I think I am doubled over in pain, and I'm just holding out my hand, and I hold it out to Sylvie where I last saw her, and I'm like, I can't even say anything. I just hold it out.
Yeah, Sylvie takes your hand.
When I pass the amulet to her, does the pain stop?
It lessens.
It lessens.
It does not stop. The proximity to this is unbearable.
Like, Sylvie taking this amulet, like, turns to Guillaume. How do we get rid of this?
Oh, I mean, I thought you were the expert in magical items. As far as I know, usually things like this require powerful magic to unmake. Usually it's whatever made it. Not necessarily the same place or person, but the same type of magic.
Can Sylvie look at this?
Absolutely.
Yeah, Sylvie wants to have a look at this amulet.
Okay.
She has, yeah.
Yeah, you can roll an Arcana check. Being an artificer, so you literally specialize in magically enhanced items, clothing, jewelry. I think you can have advantage on this.
It's a 23.
Okay, yeah. Beyond a doubt. You think that simply destroying this will likely sever whatever connection that it seems to have with this circlet. It would not necessarily remove the circlet physically itself.
But it wouldn't cause Chimeran, like, it wouldn't kill Chimeran. It's not like a...
You don't believe so.
Okay. Right. Yeah, Sylvie looks to Guillaume and nods and takes a closer look at the circlet, and she wants to toss it into the magma blood that I assume is burning through the floor right now.
Absolutely. So you turn around and kind of pitch it into the remains of Velocito, where it kind of lands and then like slowly sinks just a few inches into it. And then before long, it begins to pop and shatter, and the metal begins to just liquefy. Chimeran, the ringing in your skull disappears in an instant. Beyond that, there's a clarity of mind, a sense of relief, and a silence that you have not felt, maybe even were unaware of, since this circlet was placed upon your head.
Right, like there's probably this white noise I didn't even know existed. It's just like it's gone and there's silence. And I think like he looks at you, Sylvie. In fact, she at this point looks at you, Sylvie, and there is like these tears of relief on her face. And I think she just stands and goes to you and gives you a big hug. And what we see before is that the mask that Chimeran had been wearing this day is left on the floor beside the dead Doge and is forgotten. But she embraces you and just like, I think, cries in relief on your shoulder at this moment that it's over.
And I think that's where we're going to end tonight's session. Well done, everybody. Very, very well done. Yeah. All of you, before next session, please level up again. Now you will now be level 11. So congratulations. Another massive story point that you've just crossed. I was looking forward to that fight for a while. So I'm very, very, very thrilled that we finally got to it. And Chimeran's triumphant vengeance. So it was fantastic.
I was so worried about him catching. You know, I'm so glad that whole person held him.
Clutch.
Oh,
so he wasn't so much of a danger himself. He's a big coward. He just has a lot of money, and he is splurged on defensive devices and lackeys that would protect him. He did not get to use, because he was held, he did not get to use one of his abilities, redirect attack. He can spend a reaction for any attack that targets him to replace one of his bodyguards that's within 5 feet of him. So it directs the attack directly to them anyways. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. That was a fight that like I said, I had designed a little while ago and was very eager to see how that was going to play out. And y'all did not disappoint. I'm going to pass things back over to my players so that they can, once again, touch on anything that they would like to touch on, give any kind of parting words that they would like, and then we're going to get out of here. So we're going to start in reverse order with Karen.
Oh, this was so much fun. I was so scared. This this fight I've been dreading since we started this campaign. So I am glad it's over. I am so happy. I mean, now Isabella's free. So I'm excited. I don't know what that's going to mean going forward, but cannot wait for our next session. This was so much fun. Thank you guys so much for having Chimeran's back and all this and just taking him out because, Chimeran was literally useless. So it was perfect. Thank you guys so much. Cannot wait for next session. I will pass it on to Austin.
Yeah, this was a blast as always. It was so nice to see that aspect of Chimeran's arc finally get like some closure after all of that horribleness. And you know, this campaign has been really great about presenting villains who are just so despicable that it makes fighting them so much fun when you're like, yeah, I want to kick him in the ribs and then the balls and then say you're a bitch, and like it makes you feel good to do all of those things because the guy sucks so much. That's really enjoyable. Also, every single time I fight in this with this character, I realize like I got too many concentration spells. That's like every like I want to say like 60% of my spells. I'm like, oh, I can't cast that. That's concentration. Oh, I can't. Oh shit. Yeah, illusion. Don't know if I recommend it to people. Maybe not the best focus, but this is a super fun game, and it doesn't really matter what the character sheet says or what the dice end up saying because it's always a good time playing with all of you folks. So, thank you so much because yeah, this is just one of the greatest games I've gotten to play in, and this session was no exception. And with that, I will pass it to M.
Yeah, absolutely echo both what Austin and Karen said. Also, very, very cool villain baddie mechanics. Um, Having a bad guy that is really hard to defeat, not because he is like tough and strong, but just because of you just cannot get to him. It is infuriating, and I love it. It's just such a good way to make the make combat feel less like a um, just a like blow back and forth, just like fighting back and forth. And you know, we had to like problem solve and think about what we wanted to do during the fight and actions to take during that, which I think is a really, really cool thing to do, especially in D&D 5e, which doesn't necessarily lend itself to that as much. So loved it. It was super cool. Yeah, can't wait for the next session. And I will pass it to Matt.
Yeah, that fight felt like a really good game of Magic where I was like I chased after the Doge and Jeremy was like he has a wall of force and I was like I fucking Misty step past it and chop off his hand and you were like he has a fucking bodyguard. It's gonna his hand's gonna get chopped off instead. Like it was just we were throwing everything at this guy and Jeremy had had something ready for us every time. And that's just like so satisfying when you finally get over all of those hurdles and it's not about like okay we dealt 500 damage guys, we did it. It was more about like we got past all of the obstacles and completed the challenge. So yeah, felt really cool. And I'm so glad that piece of shit is dead. That's so awesome. Yeah. I wanted to mention real quick. I forgot to mention this, but this book is coming out soon, Aether Nexus, and our illustrious game master Jeremy is in this book. He wrote stuff for this book, so yeah, and it looks really cool. It's going to be out soon, so that's super exciting. Thank
Does
you.
he come with the book? Like, does he deliver it?
Unfortunately,
Like, oh
no,
man.
unfortunately not. But if you want to run a cool Jeremy session, he wrote one in this book. So yeah. But
Yay.
yeah, thank you as always, Jeremy, for an amazing session. And I really missed this game last month, and it was a blast to play tonight. So thank you so much. I'll pass it off to Kenya.
Uh, Amazing game. I'm glad we got to play. Our schedule is a little wonky for the next couple months, but we're gonna get these games in. We're gonna be good, and I'm excited because it is always a good time. Um, I got to make a really fun dick joke to start the fight off, which is always a great way to start a fight, and um, I just I just really, it's just, they're so good. And I just really appreciate the people at the table. I mean, There's a lot of guys in that room, and we're clipping through. We know what we're doing. We got our character. I appreciate it and I love it. And I am once again, as every month since we've started this game, completely blown away by the table that I get to sit at with you guys. So thank you for everything. And Kamaran, I'm glad you have a brand new fancy house to live in now. So there you go. You're in charge of a whole city now. Congratulations.
Well, that
Technically,
house
I
is gonna
own
burn.
this.
That house is gonna get burnt down.
It's my
I'm just telling
house.
ya.
It's my house.
The mansion didn't burn down. Tell you what, we're looting those
Yet.
rooms though.
Did not burn down yet.
I'll give you the servant's house in the back corner. You can burn that one down.
The horse house.
The horse house.
I would never burn down a horse house. Noble creatures.
This was an absolute blast, like it is every single session. But again, particularly, I was very much looking forward to this encounter, not only because of its the mechanics and seeing how that was all going to play out, and be a fun, satisfying combat for the system, but also because I knew that it was a major story point that is a huge part of Chimeran's backstory. So again, being in Act 3 of the campaign now, we're starting to see a lot of the story threads kind of come to fruition and get tied up. So I'm really eager to continue that trend. If you think that things have been crazy and wild so far, just hold on to your butt, because it's about to get a lot nuttier. But I really do appreciate the effort that all of you put into this game as players. Like, it shows in every facet of the story that we've told. All of my games are dear to me. I enjoy running all of them, and I love all of the players who play in them and the stories that we tell. But I really, really, really love this game. I wanted to tell a Gerdessi story for a really long time, and I am beyond thrilled that we have managed to find the right group of players, the right group of characters, and yeah, I don't know what else to say. I can't wait to see it through to the end. So thank you for being fantastic players as well as incredible human beings. I'm very, very fortunate that I get to do this for fun, and that I get to hang out with some cool people on a Friday night and roll dice. So, speaking of cool people, if you happen to watch this game, whether you watch live with us or whether you might be tuning in at some point in the future, thank you from the bottom of my heart. It absolutely thrills me that people find entertainment with us goofing off and rolling dice for a little while. So thank you very, very much. If you did enjoy this, do the stuff that the YouTube algorithm likes to see. Hit the like button, subscribe, share the link around, talk about it with your friends. I would deeply appreciate that. What else? Remember, kindness is a free action. It costs you absolutely nothing to be kind to someone. And although I say this every game, it just becomes more and more true the further that we seem to be heading towards the cliff. So the world is a really frightening place right now for a lot of people. And if it costs you absolutely nothing to possibly change someone's mood for the day, make something a little easier to deal with just by being nice to them, because it costs you absolutely nothing to be that way, then that's an easy trade. That's an easy transaction to make. So go out and be nice. Again, unless they're Nazis, and then kick their teeth in. Much love from me to you. Thank all of you very, very much. Until next time, may your dice roll high and your snacks always be within reach.